everybody, how are you all doing today? Hopefully you're doing good. Hello, Rocket. Hello, anybody who's watching the VOD or is lurking today. Hello! Psych!
Holy moly, did you see that animated art at the beginning? That has got to be the coolest thing I've ever... Oh wait, there's no tummy, never mind.
I see, Psych. But hopefully you're doing good too. Dang, 11 months, wow. Oh, thank you for the stretching and the hydrate. Okay. Let me grab my water bottle off from the side. Oh gosh. I didn't scream this time. I mean, like... No. I mean, like, I rigged it to do that. But I didn't make a version though. 1 year of our friendship is next month. Yee! I feel like it's probably been longer unless you're equating the friendship to being subbed. But like you were here from the very first stream. Well, not the very first, the second one. The one that wasn't the debut. Okay, let me go ahead and get Minako opinion on something very quick. Mayhaps. What is it you need an opinion on? I am waiting patiently for your response. My goodness, those emotes are going crazy. But yes, I want to know which version of this character you like the most sent on Discord. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Gosh, where did it open? I think it opened on this monitor. I have to say, I'm drawn to the chibi art version. Huh. Yeah, that's... Oh, I do like the cat for the one next to the chibi, though. I don't know. I'll go with my first instinct and say the chibi version. Okay, let me go ahead and make sure that Umineko is selected and in a good position. Hopefully, Psyche, you were able to get caught up a little bit on what has happened, because a lot is happening. We had to stop in the middle of a chapter, because all the previous chapters were like, oh yeah, this is like maybe half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, and then this one is just like, this is over an hour, baby. It was at the end of the stream, so it's just like, I need to end stream so I can eat, but like, they keep talking. I have to go to work, but I needed to say hello. Fair enough. Well, hopefully you can get caught up on the story soon. But in the meantime, we will go over here and we will continue from where we left off. So sad I never catch your streams, I know! You just need to change you just need to change your schedule so that way you can just watch me, you know? It's easy peasy. But no, understandable. I am still sad that like you keep having to miss so many. If I make my schedule change to watch you, I could never stream myself. That's true. That's true. You just have to, I don't know, you have to just get in bed, have your phone with you, and then watch me until you fall asleep. What do you want? An armored cat girl because I'm weird, or psych playing with a demon? What? Probably the armored cat girl. This rollers must go. Nerd, I already watched you till I fall asleep. Well, good. Hello, Rini. How are you doing? Thank you for the lurk. Okay. Okay. Then I'll begin. I guess Battler has to wait. Hello, Battler. They wanted me to stand next to you dramatically while you're saying this. Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move. He was just dancing. Grandfather was lying in bed like this. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm gonna do a silent one. Oh no! Psych crying! But no, I voted for the cat girl, but I guess you're already starting on the demon core try. Grandfather was lying in bed like this, grunting his understanding of Aunt Natsuhi's daily report or whatever. Battler laid down on the bed himself. As if it still mattered now, Erica grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to her. Then I stop answering and sleep. Well, realistically speaking, I probably get tired of all the talking and only pretend to be asleep. Ha 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 ha, you really do get it. I see that father has gone to sleep, bow silently and leave. Natsuhi lowered her head to Battler, who was still lying down in the bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around as though doing an inspection of the room. After seeing that Grandfather was asleep, Aunt Natsuhi probably did an inspection on the room before leaving. Of course, she had Chen and the others clean it every day, but she still checked it thoroughly herself, making sure that there was no dust piling up, making sure he hadn't run out of any consumables. Yes, this is the room of the precious family head, so I check everything carefully myself instead of relying entirely on the servants. I always do that. That's true. Madame usually checks things very carefully. Her inspections are very detailed, and she even checks all of the consumables in the washroom one by one. In other words, we aren't just talking dust on the windowsill like you see all the time on TV. She checks to see that there's enough soap and toilet paper in the washroom, though she probably doesn't have to do it every day. She's very devoted. That is my routine. I mustn't slack off in the inspection of the head's room for even a single day.
So what's your point? Please keep any showing off to a minimum. Only I can show off.
Okay, I'll start the cat girl, but Psyche is still going to poke the dragon. No! Poking the dragon is the name. Yeah, of the demon core thing. Isn't getting to show off the biggest perk of being a detective?
But I'm
the detective. Since we're inside the study, you could probably tell, but even though we call it a study, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion. It has a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, and even a toilet and bath. In other words, it isn't a single room. You could call it a full house.
Thank you for your explanation of the room's layout. However, the move of having him hide somewhere in this room has already been defeated.
He isn't hiding. However, there's gotta be several blind spots. For example, if Aunt Natsuhi went into the bathroom to check the amount of toilet paper, most of the study would be outside her range of vision. In other words, for almost every location in the study, the sole observer would have disappeared.
Observer disappearance. We've lost track of Kinzo.
Let it be said that the witch's darkness is filling the study. Excellent. Watch as it fills with the power of darkness.
So, if Natsuhi goes away, so what? What next?
When Grandfather noticed that fussy Aunt Natsuhi leaving, he got up.
Why?
On a twisted night such as this, what better way to enjoy a drink than bathed in the twisted weather under the night sky? Since Aunt Natsuhi's in the blind spot of the bathroom, it becomes possible for Grandfather to walk about the study at will. It was possible for him to move without Natsuhi's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsuhi knew. Warning, Battler is approaching the study door. Allow me to speak. A noise rings out when the lock on the study door is released. Know that you cannot leave through the door without Natsuhi thinking something was odd. Because Battler had acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately sent out a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsuhi's blind spot. However...
That's right. There's the sound. We know that there's a loud sound when the auto lock is released. Even if Natsuhi was in a blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't miss hearing that. Of course she'd find it odd. Allow me to speak. Let it be said that Natsuhi did not hear the sound of the door opening while in the room. The washroom and the toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, that auto lock always lets off such a massive sound. She'd be able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsuhi had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous night, making it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Any argument that relied on Natsuhi failing to hear the lock wouldn't work. Please, allow me to speak once more. Kinzo entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted. Let it be said that this is a useless struggle. It is foolish.
It's true I can't break through the red of that girl by the door. But what about you over there by the window? Oh my gosh, she's using the logic from the previous chapter! The animatronics do get a little quirky at night. Oh no. Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window. Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight, cause you're gonna be blasted away, okay? By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia. It was the window. He was going to smash this closed room from the window. Not expecting to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure. On rare occasions, struggling, fleeing witches would directly challenge the barriers Cornelia set up. Such witches were always fighting desperately on the brink of death. Please, allow me to speak. You are Battler's target, Cornelia. I ask that you be on your guard.
Fool! God, have pity on this foolish lamb!
I'm no sheep. The head of the Yushinomiya family is an eagle, with one wing. Don't think you can keep me shut up in this study forever with just a flimsy window like that. Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple. What kind of usage of the word supple are they referring to Battler here? Battler ran forward like a white leopard.
This guy couldn't possibly mean to... This... Allow me to speak. There's no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted.
Cornelia thrust out both her arms and made a sign. When she did, a red barrier closed in front of Battler.
Know that your course is a fruitless one, Ushinomiya Battler. Know that this window is sealed from the inside and Natsuhi did not help Kinzo escape.
I'm not saying that Aunt Natsuhi helped Grandfather escape, but what if Grandfather snuck out, keeping it a secret from Aunt Natsuhi?
Well, why would Kinzo go out of the window on his own?
What better way to enjoy a drink on a twisted night than leaping through the wind-swept skies? But this is the third floor, right? It's impossible. Even you've jumped down a flight of stairs at least once in your life, right? 3 stories is nothing for Kinzo. I wouldn't put it past him.
I certainly wouldn't.
That's ridiculous. This old dying man can surely jump from 3 stories and survive. There's bushes down there. Remember when jumping from high places, make sure you have a landing strategy. Gravity hurts your bones. It do. Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier and it shattered with a crisp sound. It was all far too quick. It looked almost as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler.
Endless 9! Magic resistance power, Endless 9!
Cornelia-sama, you can't block it. Retreat! At the same time, the barrier shattered. The window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtains fluttered for just an instant. Though it was all filled with rain, the heavens in the courtyard were spread out in front of them. A fitting exit for an eagle leaping from this closed room.
Cornelia, repair the barrier. As you wish, Commander Delonor. Know that you will not be allowed to break this.
Cornelia quickly returned to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was her last one.
Please, allow me to speak. Let us accept for the time being that Kinzo escaped through the window. In that case, how did he lock the window which cannot be locked from the outside? The window is locked from the inside.
Useless. Yeah, it's all useless. Kinzo and Battler grinned. Did she think that feeble Red could block a charge that Battler and Kinzo, the two family heads? After Grandfather jumped out of the window, Aunt Natsuhi probably noticed a slight draft. She then approached the window, realized that it was open, then quickly closed and locked it. Natsuhi couldn't have imagined that I'd slip out of the window. Yeah, so it's only natural that Aunt Natsuhi thought Kinzo was sleeping in bed. Now that Battler had found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again, so easily that it discarded the name of certainty itself. Unbelievable, right? That barrier was more firm than any Rona they had ever used against Jessica, and yet it had been destroyed so easily. Though Battler was rushing fiercely and had almost reached Cornelia, she didn't step aside. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name Esserine Zhanthao, didn't allow her to step aside. She took a charm from her pocket, placed it against the thin air, and made a sign. Then, not red but blue burned there. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was her last method of resistance.
Hello, Lisa. How are you doing today? You won't get through. You won't. Let me speak. Let me speak. Be that as it may, this is the 3rd floor. How could a wingless human escape from the window? Know that you won't get through. You won't!
Just quit your whining and watch. This is the answer! Battler jumped. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of the fact it's just like, you can't believe that Kinzo lived? Watch me! I'll survive this fall. He burst through Cornelia and her blue barrier, knocked them away, and his body flew out of the window through the darkness of the rainy sky. What are they coming on? Or what a... Oh. I just got an achievement called Break Free. The fragments of the blue barrier scattered, beautifully adorning the surrounding air. Having a stroke, it's okay. The closed room had been smashed open. Battler flew out of the mansion. Through the sky above the rainy courtyard, all the raindrops became small round gems and were scattered through the air. Battler flew across the treasure box world of that exquisite stormy sky, through the countless gems of rain that filled it. She's just there. It's like, he fucking jumped. In the sky over the world frozen in time, Dillonor and Battler faced each other. If Battler, who had smashed and flown out the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, then Dillonor was another knight who floated in the air waiting for him. In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by the Ushinomiya mansion, frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushinomiya family and the disciple of heaven would test him crossed paths.
Well done. When you fall into the courtyard, whether you live or die, it won't change the fact that Kinzo could have defeated this closed room. You have thrown away your life and jumped. You who have thrown away your life and jumped are a martyr. Well done. You have smashed our closed room barrier. Splendid. Ushinomiya Battler. However, I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Dillonor A. Knox. I cannot allow you to escape out from under my nose. Now, at the end, allow me the honor of crashing swords with you, or crossing. Sure, bring it on. This game is surprisingly unrelenting. In this world where the gems of rain fell slowly like large snowflakes on a snowy field, Dillonor and Battler slowly crossed paths. Oh, good news, my hormone stuff medicine should arrive tomorrow. Nice! Very good. It seemed slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. Night confronted night head-on, and everything would be settled with a single strike. Blue and red crossed paths. Was it shown beforehand that a blind spot existed in this study for Natsuhi? If it wasn't shown, this theory will not be permitted. Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Delanor's double strike with both the blue and red blades reached out to slice Battler, and failed. Those long swords, which have never lost over the course of 100 battles, cut through empty air. When we entered the study, its structure was clearly described. Too bad for you. For the first time, an expression showed on Delanor's face. It was a sudden smile. She had known about that long before. However, she still couldn't let him escape without attempting that single strike. Not even her reputation as an inquisitor of heresy on the line. She still crossed swords with Battler, even though she knew it would fail.
Yes, I knew. With your answer, Nox's 8th is not violated.
Here it comes. No hard feelings.
Yes, come.
In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a library, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That had already been shown, and it suggested that there could have been a blind spot somewhere in the room. TF2 was looking different these days, but existed red versus blue still a thing. Without any mercy, no, without any reluctance, which would have been dishonorable, the sword of the red truth cut into Delanor. It cut a beautiful hemisphere through the countless gems of rain that filled the sky.
Well done.
Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Delanor crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from the 3rd floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. Battler! Beato leaned out of the study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler had landed safely. Beato! Come on, jump!
Huh?
That window is our way out, so jump! You aren't the kind of witch who can be locked up inside a closed room, right? The study was no longer a closed room. She could jump from here, escape from here. By now, the closed room that had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her had been destroyed. Yes, you too, Kinzo. Go. From the moment Battler showed his answer, my spirit has already escaped from this room. Kinzo's form became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. The closed room barrier had dissolved, and the power that denies magic had scattered. Beato ran towards the window. That was the only exit from the closed room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Chester sisters and the subordinates of the Inquisitor of Heresy, she readied her wound-bound body and ran towards the window, just like Battler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll.
There's no way we'll let you escape, Beatrice, illusion of the witch.
Erica flew at Beato, trying to latch onto Beato as she dashed, but it was like trying to catch smoke, and she landed face first on the floor. There's no way a human could catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Beato was impossible.
Chester Corpus, shoot the witch! Shoot her dead!
Alignment conflict, unable to fire. Allow me to speak. I have no barrier prepared that can block Battler's blue truth. Both Chester's 00 and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices.
No one can stop them? Not Battler? Not Kinzo? Not Beatrice?
If those guys manage to escape my closed room, my theory, I'm the detective for the Erica. Erica crouched, screaming and clutching her head. The Great Golden Witch isn't gonna be defeated by something like that geezer's grubby study. It's still just the first twilight. I'll teach those newcomers that your game isn't that easy. I thought Battler wasn't in control of Peace Battler yet. Just like Battler, Beato also flew. She drifted through the rain treasure box world into Battler's chest. Battler caught her with both arms as though catching a feather from an angel. It was like a knight catching a princess who had been locked up in a tower, like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Man, I think I'm in love. Are all the Ushinomiya family heads like this? If you were to write down the unprecedented feats of Ushinomiya Kinzo, you would probably have an uproarious tale longer than all the grimoires in the study put together. It seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it already is being written. It's already a very, very long tale. I mean, technically, he's not wrong. The demons giggled on top of the roof, holding umbrellas. Then they quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard. You're not bad at all. I guess all your games toughened me up. In shock, Beato actually praised Battler as he held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way. This is impossible! Impossible! Erica looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beato in his arms, Battler grinned back. Erica. What? I'm not giving the riddle of the Golden Witch to you. I'll solve it. That riddle belongs to the two of us. Right, Beato? Indeed. My riddle is Yo? When Battler laughed evilly, Beato's face turned uncharacteristically red, but even so, she spoke while laughing loudly. My riddle is yours alone. Ushinomiya Battler! I won't let anyone else solve it! Listen to her saying something like that. Battler snorted, amused that Beato had said something so out of character. But still holding Beato in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gems of rain celebrated their victory over this trial. He jumped from the third story, and he's all right? He jumped and escaped from the closed room. This is ridiculous. This isn't reasoning, it's insane. Battler had at least been seriously injured in writhing if Battler had at least been seriously injured in writhing in the mud, Erica might still have had some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinzo couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscathed. However, Battler stood calmly in the courtyard, looking up at Erica with the dignity of the victor. Everyone, I'll ask one more time. This is impossible, right? There's no way a human could jump down from a third story and land unharmed. Isn't that right, everyone? Much less Kinzo-san jumping down from the third floor at his age. This isn't reasoning! Erica tried to get everyone's argument and somehow turn things around, but their responses were no different from how they'd been a short while ago. No, it won't be possible for Kinzo-san. I wouldn't put it past Father. This is Father we're talking about. There's plenty of crazy stories about that man. Something like this wouldn't surprise me a bit. What? Is there something wrong with your heads, with your brains, people? At any rate, it looks like your closed room argument wasn't perfect. Battler is really swinging for the fences. Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there was nothing strange about Kinzo jumping from the third floor window. Just who in the world is this Ushinomiya Kinzo person? I like how they were all like very much arguing. It's like, yeah, there's no way he would have escaped. Like he's dead, obviously. Like, you know, we just need her to save this. The second Battler like brings it up and also jumps out of the window. They're like, yeah, Kinzo would do something like that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Well, I'll
I'll give you 60 points. Kinzo would have done it a bit more with a bit more flash in his younger days. It needs some more tweaking.
Oh, and how much should it be tweaked?
Well, he might have jumped down with me in his arms.
Got it. Next time I'll do that.
If you think you can, just try.
Beato's voice grew very faint and she gulped. Then her body suddenly crumbled away into a cloud of gold butterflies. That was because many people had rushed up to the window and she was being bathed with gazes filled with anti-magic toxin. Beato's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So to their eyes, it appeared that Battler was standing all alone in the courtyard. Without small bombs, the gutter cannot be seen.
Oh, hello. I don't know what you're referring to with bombs, but hello. How are you doing?
Battler! You okay?
It looks like he's fine. Thank goodness. I have lost. In that case, for the benefit of those people in the study as well, deliver your final blow to me. Use your final blue truth to show how Kinzo escaped from the closed room of that study.
There was no pain in Delanor's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. However, she was only bravely able to rise to her feet, using her longsword as a crutch, so it was easy to guess how heavily she'd been damaged. And, despite her lack of expression, you could tell that this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Delanor turned to face each other. Here I go.
Yes, come.
As though readying herself, Delanor quietly closed her eyes, but she still stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. This is my blue truth. The blue power gathered. Battler slowly approached Delanor. Then, he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth. Ushinomiya Kinzo escaped from the study through the window and Aunt Natsuhi couldn't see him. Aunt Natsuhi didn't notice and locked the window. In this way, Aunt Natsuhi saw Grandfather go to bed, yet Grandfather was able to escape from the study without contradicting the lock of the window or the deal sealed by the receipt. I have just demonstrated that it was physically possible for him to escape. Therefore, this battle is over. Give you the small bomb part as a meme from the questions arc in Blaming Small Bombs. Oh yeah. Oh gosh, I forgot about the bombs. That was so long ago.
But yes, I am doing good too.
The blue wedge flashed through the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning, roaring down towards Delanor's forehead as she stared up at the sky. Beato's game isn't forgiving. It's doubtful whether the classic patterns of the mystery genre even work here. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but you ought to be a bit more flexible in your thinking. A massive blue wedge that looked like a pillar was above Delanor's forehead, and had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped his fingers, the blue wedge shattered and became a shower of translucent gems. No, drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Delanor sat down in a dazed sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship faced the people staring down from the study and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Beato and Samaya game. Welcome, Frudo Erika.
How amusing, Ushinomiya Battler. Good. Truly good. I'll chew it to bits, this riddle of the witch. All the way deep with its guts while it's still alive.
Battler and Beato both looked calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain her evil laugh.
This is good stuff. Erika, that was so lame. Lady Birkenstell, my apologies. That look on your face is so incredibly laughable that I'd like to smash it and put a frame around it. My double is so pathetic, Pathetic, lame.
Bathed in the sneers of Birkenstell, a being who was like a mother to her, Erica was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces.
Someday I'll definitely... Ushumia Butler, Beatrice, Ushumia Natsuhi.
She's getting a little mind broken. Just a wee bit. This riddle of ours. I won't let anyone get in the way. Beatrice.
Yes.
I feel like that wasn't quite it. I'm definitely glad I stopped where I did last stream. Because I would have been an extra half hour over. And I was already a whole hour over. I didn't want it to be a repeat of Somnium Files. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. Lambadelta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler considered the present, which was to come, and what had happened so far. To Battler, the act of thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler noticed it too, because, though none should be able to visit this rose garden, she had noticed a silhouette approaching. That's unusual. Not many people are capable of reaching this place. It's her.
Oh, hi, Dillinor.
That silhouette, which walked amidst the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Dillinor.
That was a spectacular garden maze. A splendid way to enjoy the roses.
Why are you here?
It's been some time, Mrs. Beatrice. No, wait. Now it's Mrs. Virgilia, is it not? A long time no see, Dillinor. Come over here.
We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain.
Don't worry, she hasn't come to fight.
You know her?
She is one of my old friends from heaven.
This really takes me back.
That it does. Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge of heavenly studies. I have often argued with her over interpretations.
My many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime.
Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again.
They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seems Virgilia always behaved properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Dillinor was one of them. Dillinor, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, ducked her head like someone taking shelter from a sudden rain, and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out like a guest. Is there any type of black tea you would prefer?
Anything. Any tea you make is superb.
Then how about some Darjeeling?
Battler, Beato, would you like some more?
Yeah, Beato and I would like a refill, right? As usual, Beato didn't answer, but if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled, so Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well.
I have heard the rumors. How pitiful that Beatrice and the endless witch famous for her cruelty has been reduced to this.
She's no longer participating in the game. Lambadelta is the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board.
I know. However, she is the original master of this world, and you are the proper guest invited by that master. That is why I have come to pay my respects. On the game board, Beato and I met Delanor, but those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves. Okay. So maybe I just got confused earlier there. Because I was pretty sure it was not actually peace. I don't know. Maybe he's becoming self-aware. That'd be interesting. Is this why you went out of your way to greet Battler-kun and Beato here? I see you're as conscientious as ever. That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Battler. I am Delanor A. Knox. I keep changing my voice. We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you. Sure. I'm Ushinomiya Battler. Pleased to meet you. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I am Delanor A. Knox. Beato. She's saying hi. She says welcome. Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice. The witch and the Inquisitor of Heresy, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Virgilia made gold butterflies spout from the palms of her hands and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way to make tea. Of course, she actually was a witch, so that scene wasn't particularly bizarre in and of itself. Though, pardon me, I was a bit concerned about whether Delanor, an Inquisitor of Heresy, could watch such a spectacle. Do not worry. I am not so boorish as to complain about how my tea is served. Even though the tea's being made with magic? There is a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Mrs. Virgilia is making us tea with it in secret. We interpret or judge it that it was made with magic, and it was written as such in the tale. That interpretation is allowed by Nox's Ninth. Oh my! I do believe the interpretation of the Ninth is such a delicate problem that it's viewed as a taboo, even in the Great Court. Even though it's such a personal opinion, if it became known to the head Inquisitor of Heresy said such a thing, you might be sacked. No matter what interpretation I record with, there are no lies in the taste of your tea. Therefore, I do not worry about how it was prepared. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Delanor were to deny that black tea would be prepared with magic, or had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, the possibility had been presented that a tea set existed and had been used to make the tea normally, so the fact that Virgilia had made tea was, in the end, undisputed. Magic that hides in the result in darkness is evil. I will not permit it. However, magic that enshrouds the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is evil itself, not magic. I see. The important thing is that you're being served some tea, so it's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. When someone makes tea for you, it's common courtesy to be grateful. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and criticizing how they brew it. You don't invite your guests into the kitchen, and when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality. Here you go. Careful, it's hot. Thank you. I would like some sugar and milk. You still can't drink it straight. I am a kid. It must be sweet. So then, is magic a gentle lie? I don't know, I think I'd struggle to hold my tongue if they stuck their fingers in the tea to death. Yeah! I feel like that would be a thing of being like, I don't know if I want the tea anymore. The word lie makes it sound bad. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When giving a child candy, you can take a crumpled one out of your pocket, or you can use some clever sleight of hand to take the candy out. The impression given by each method varies greatly. Well, yeah, it'd look cooler if you took it out with a little magic trick. Wrong. There is meaning in the fact that the result, giving them candy, has been adored to be even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you give Maria-chan a candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give it to her and slipping it into her pocket and making a fairy give it to her for being such a good girl. In my opinion, it would be boorish, then, to question everyone about their alibis and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into her pocket. The important thing is the result, that the girl received the candy and rejoiced. That is significant that it was embellished in the way that made her rejoice.
That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you deny anything that went by the name of magic.
That is how I act in my capacity as an inquisitor of heresy. It is my job. However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted.
So, you set your personal feelings aside when on duty? You do it well.
As an inquisitor of heresy, hunting witches is my job. However, I personally find witches pitiable. Despite this, I carry out judgment mercilessly as an inquisitor. In the end, that doesn't change the fact that I sentence witches to death. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes. So it would be better if I didn't. That's not true. Even if the ends are the same, what's in your heart makes a big difference. Your mother's cookies are clearly more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart. That's right. Even if the results look the same, whether or not there's warmth behind the feelings of whoever gave it to you makes a big difference. Is that so? Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless. Eleanor's gaze fell to her cup a little sadly.
That's not true. After hearing all this, I've changed my mind of you a bit, and that's why I'm certain the heart isn't meaningless. Virgilia was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart is the first step towards finding the essence of magic. By now, perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand bit by bit. The essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she'd felt this faint change within Battler. I feel like I still messed up that sentence, but oh well.
As for the last fight, thank you very much. I am grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end.
That me wasn't me. Lambadelta was controlling him. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. I still haven't participated at this point in time, so until I do in, the piece me is probably being controlled by Birkenstell or Lambadelta. Okay, so basically what happened was that they were just kind of shipping the two.
Just like, I like how this was going on in the 3rd game. Let's have that happen again.
What kind of whims guiding them? Trying to make it look all cool? They made me look like some kind of knight coming to save Beato. Lady Lambadelta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With Erica's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in the favor of the human side, so she manipulated the tale in a way that supports Beato. I am aware of that. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them, and they specialize in actions appropriate for their original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that Battler was capable of. That is why I'm grateful to you. It feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything. After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be able to go easy on you then.
It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back.
Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got.
I promise, with everything I've got.
Delanar, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
Very pleasant. There is one thing I must apologize for.
With a sudden sigh, Delanar muttered something. What is it? If it's about that fight a short while ago, it's already over. We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw.
No, it wasn't luck of the draw. I couldn't just let it be, so I came here to apologize.
What are you talking about?
You're saying you threw the match, aren't you?
Virgilia spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting.
That is correct, Mr. Battler.
That Mista's really awkward. Just Battler works fine.
Battler, I apologize. We did not give it everything we had.
I know. Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games. Beato has already spoken that truth. In that battle, Battler-kun could only have achieved a draw at best. He most certainly had no chance at all at winning. You're right. If you just say that, the whole fight's already over. Why didn't you just use the red? Don't tell me it was because of a stalemate or something like that.
Noxus second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. We cannot use that red truth directly. However, I gave Cornelia, who was protecting the window, the red truth that the window was never opened after it started raining.
Boom. That's checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card? Well,
This is... Allow me to speak. There is no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted.
though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I had thought that she'd been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held a trump card that could completely repel me, she had suddenly become unable to use it and hesitated.
I don't understand. All of a sudden, in that instant, use of that trump card had become forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. The game master, Lady Lambadelta, probably interfered.
Bastard. So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambadelta's hand. She made us play out that entire act according to her script.
I do not like it. However, since you told me to fight out with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please, forgive me.
Still, even though you lost your trump card, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did. That's right. On the contrary, you should be mad at Lambadelta for butting in.
Kinzo didn't exist should already be established as... Let me do that again. Kinzo doesn't exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambadelta and Lady Birkenstell should know this well. And yet, they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue in this game. It's almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied.
In other words, they intentionally let grandfather escape?
Yes. They must be after something.
That is a bit odd. Lady Lambadelta and Lady Birkenstell should always be in opposition unless the witch side is in a superior position. It's hard to imagine that those two are conspiring together at a time like this.
I can't help but think that they have some sort of wicked goal. I came here because I wanted you to know that.
So, you came all the way here to tell us something like that?
Yes, which means that my business here is finished. I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I must aid Erica during the rest of this game.
Eleanor gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up.
Next is the battle of the second twilight. At that point, I will once again raise my merciless longsword. So I ask the same of you, Battler. Show no mercy towards me.
I understand. If I went easy on you, I'd have my own head smashed in.
On the game board, I am nothing more than Lady Birkenstell's piece and Frudo Erica's subordinate. In the future, we will probably stand across from each other as opponents many times. However, my heart is always neutral. No, please forget that. Such has no meaning considering the relationship between the two of us.
It does. There's no doubt you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore. Though that Erica totally pisses me off.
Good. Frudo Erica also pisses me off.
Delanor's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other.
Frudo Erica is a very evil entity. She's lost face with her recent defeat and is burning with a desire for revenge. Even I don't know what she is planning. However, it can't be anything good. Please take care.
Just knowing she's Birkenstell's piece tells me I can't let my guard down. Delaunor nodded as though satisfied, left the overhang of the arbor, and walked out into the rain.
To think I'd serve as a subordinate to such evil. Why was I called to this world?
Delaunor let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given, and that function is given to them by the ones who controls them. She probably can't disobey her own player, Birkenstell.
Lady Birkenstell may be the one who called you here. However, the one who let you into this world is Beato. If this child didn't wish it, you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze and arrive here. Right, Beato? Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me? I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be a subordinate of evil.
She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Delaunor disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. So, no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to?
Yes, this child is the one who called Delaunor here.
So, Beato called her here so I could meet with her. However, I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. It's Anji. I think I said witches instead of wishes. Oops. In the last game, Anji reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato wished for?
I am here. You are here. Beato is here. Delaunor was invited here. All of these things happened because this child wanted them to. Even the bit of time you and Delaunor spent together drinking tea.
Beato. Was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Delaunor A. Knox, the natural enemy of witches, an inquisitor of heresy, the vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help by gouging out your heart and choking the life out of you? Still strange seeing her look sad, right? It kind of hurts seeing her look so sad.
Please stand on one leg.
Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a thump, Erica pushed her from behind with both hands. Fucking bully! Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud.
Please stand on one leg.
Cornelia rose shakily. Then, once again, she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to hold her ground. So she had fallen on her face over and over again. Little brat. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that.
Please stand on one leg.
Thump. Thud.
Please stand on one leg.
Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. Erica repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like these, Erica hated counting things, so she decided that once she ran out of fingers to count the number of times, she would just repeat it until she lost interest. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on and on. Erica didn't know why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window, so the whole time since then, she had placed all the blame of their loss on her.
Please, allow me to speak.
Forgive Cornelia. She has already repented enough.
Oh, is that true? Then please take your place from now on. Gertrude has done nothing wrong. Gertrude, please stand. On one leg. Clasp your hands behind you.
Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg.
You mustn't resist or hold your ground. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Got it?
As you wish.
Gertrude.
Erica made a show of walking around Gertrude. She even enjoyed making her wonder when she'd push. At that time, Gertrude and Cornelia burst into a bright light and disappeared, because Delaunor, who must have returned at some point, had sent them back to the heavens for the time being. Erica, who had her fun spoiled, gave Delaunor an openly malicious look.
Miss Erica, I will bear the punishment for all my subordinates' faults, as their superior. I ask that you let them go. No, thank you. Punishment only works because it causes pain. There's nothing interesting about an unfeeling doll girl that can't leave a single injury on.
Erica slowly grabbed hold of the back of Delanor's hair, tugging unrelentlessly. Delanor's neck tilted upwards, creaking.
You may not cause any physical injury, but you do injure. As if you had a heart that could get injured. You lowly witch-hunting murder doll. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Birkenstell? No. I got scolded by Lady Birkenstell because you guys are useless. Never fail so lamely again. Understand?
The hair she had grabbed was stretched back as far as it could go, along with more creaking. This didn't cause Delaunor any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erica's ill will.
My apologies. Forgive me. Filth.
With a sound like a bowstring being cut, several of Delanor's hairs were pulled out. Then, Erica waved her hand about as though trying to brush off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
Well, that's okay. I'm done. My anger's finally settled down and my little gray cells are tingling again. Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the reasoning game. Understood. Gertrude Cornelia.
As you wish. The two of them reappeared behind Delaunor, and the reconstructed crime scene for Erica, the one who had been tormenting them.
Kinzo's disappearance was nothing more than a bonus round after the first twilight. Let's start investigating the first twilight itself. But before we do that, did you realize you were actually given a riddle before the murders even occurred? Yes. The letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle which appeared at 2400 last night, along with the knock by some person. That's right. The tale creates an illusion that the events of the instant would be impossible for any human, making it seem like an unknown witch exists. Let's start by crushing this illusion of the witch. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night where the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish. The family conference last night was held with the adults' relatives in Battler, and partway through the servants had arrived, to serve tea. Let's check everyone's location at the instant the letter arrived. How did that go again?
Please, allow me to speak. Before the family conference, Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house.
Please, allow me to speak. Of those who remain, only Klaus, Natsuhi, Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all the others were in the dining hall. Because the family conference was proceeding and the mansion was completely locked, all the other humans were unable to enter the mansion. That means that there is no one inside the mansion who could have knocked and placed the letter there, right? Yes. The witch's side will probably claim that the one who did this was the witch who wrote the letter, Beatrice. Ridiculous. Stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at exactly 2400. It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier. Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway. Maybe one of those, not in the parlor, Klaus, Natsuhi, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there. No, wait. It should be possible for the people who supposedly went to the guest house, too. We heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get in. But if someone pretended to have gone to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it would have been perfectly possible for them to place the letter there.
Allow me to speak. Blue truth, valid.
In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist there at the instant of the knock. I see. So this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed. This is just so ridiculous. Do they think I, Fruda Erika, would surrender to something like this? First off, we can doubt whether the knock was even someone hitting the door to the...
Let me take a sip of something. Okay.
First off, we can doubt whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all. For example, there may be a certain pillar on the second floor which, because of how the mansion's constructed, makes a noise when struck that gets transmitted down the pillar, and that sounds like a knock on the door to people in the dining hall. Or they could have misheard some random noise to be a knock, and they all misconstrued it in the same way. Or the recorded sound of a knock that could have been stealthily replayed from a tape, which might have been carefully set up to go off at exactly that time. Either way, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock, even if no one was on the other side of the door. How is that? My master, how is my reasoning?
Birkenstell's just like, shut up
and play the game. That's what she says. What do you think?
Well, it looks like your cute piece gave it all her thinking with those blue troops, so I guess I'll be nice and give it a few reds.
It's clearly Walter White. He is the one who knocks, that's true. I guess I'll start with the letter. We both knock. We have both the knock that made the bell of the large... Okay, sorry, I was confused. We have both the knock that made the bell of the large clock ring at 2400, and the letter sitting there in the envelope bearing the one-winged eagle crest of the when the door was opened. It's so obvious to suspect that the people who weren't in the parlor secretly placed the letter there, right? Klaus, Natsuhi, and Genji did not even touch that letter.
Then, when Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Cannon. Wouldn't it be easy if Cannon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door?
Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at 2400, not a single person placed that letter in the corridor.
So, you can't say that no one touched it.
Obviously, they touched it when they picked it up. Of course I couldn't say none of them touched it.
I see. Then let's interpret it this way. Someone who existed outside of the mansion at 2400 placed a letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand. Then it was moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway.
Just an example, let's say it was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart the servants were pushing. It was simply glued there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time. When it eventually fell off, it became the letter left behind by a witch who shouldn't have existed. In other words, this is a classic trick where the true sender gives himself an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time.
Allow me to speak. Blue truth, valid.
In other words, the fact that it landed just outside of the dining hall door was just the culprit's good luck. At worst, it might have happened in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall. Oh, good. I feel like I wasn't the one who said that. If it had happened inside the dining hall, it would have been even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor, and that wouldn't even violate a red truth saying no one in the closed room of the dining hall touched the letter unexpectedly. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit.
That might work okay regarding the letter. However, will that same type of argument apply to the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we?
Please, go ahead.
Neither Klaus nor Natsuhi nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? That means that they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound or push up the play button on a cassette tape they'd recorded or create that knock sound by any means. Of course, this applies to direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means.
This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Klaus, Natsuhi, or Genji made that knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that at 2400, excepting Klaus, Natsuhi, and Genji in the second floor corridor and all the people in the dining hall, no humans existed inside the mansion. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that in addition to Klaus, Natsuhi, Genji, none of those in the dining hall had knocked on that door. In this sense, knock includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound to try and make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. In short, it means that it was impossible for any character within the mansion to be the source of the knocking sound. And any character refers to even the unobserved people that no one has noticed. Anyone who was in the mansion would also include any unknown person X who had snuck into the mansion. Therefore, it literally meant it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed.
I see. No matter how much I toy with it, it's impossible for anyone except those in the guest house group to create the knocking sound, right? Like me, for example. If I, Furuda Erika, recorded a knocking sound on a cassette tape and used some kind of secret contraption to start it playing exactly at 2400, of course I wasn't in the mansion at 2400. There aren't any problems with this, are there? No problems. However, though the knock did serve as a way of informing them that about the letter on the other side of the door, I do not think it would have worked if the letter had fallen elsewhere. If the trick in Erika's theory was the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location of the letter fell was the matter of luck. Because it had fortunately fallen near the door, the people in the dining hall noticed it due to the knock. However, if the location had fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen or remained stuck even after they entered. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself wouldn't transmit any message at all. It only made it appear as though someone had been there because it was paired with the letter. In that case, the random location of the letter fell off the bottom of the serving cart couldn't be connected with the knock. For the letter to be found thanks to the knock, it would have to be reliably positioned on the other side of the door. However, it was announced in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. I'll reread the red about placing it in the corridor a bit. No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. This includes doing so by all concepts such as directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. For example, let's assume that there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving. In this case, you'd think they could predict that the cart would probably stop just once when the two knocked on the door to the dining hall, and by doing so, they'd be cleverly making it so the letter drops right in front of the door. But even this doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean Shannon and Cannon, who were pushing the cart, had indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter there. So even this is no good. Furthermore, setting it up so that the letter peeled off with the passage of time would mean that the people pushing the cart had coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there. Of course, this is also no good.
Repeat it. At 2400, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside of the mansion.
What if someone in the dining hall didn't exist in the mansion right at 2400? For example, what if they'd slipped out of the window just before? With this wordplay, it might be possible to get around the red truth.
Repeat it? Even though I'm nice enough to give you all this red for free, aren't you being a little greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beatle, so I won't go around saying everything my opponent tells me to repeat.
I'll give you a full body massage and a bath with marshmallows and competo sometime soon. Enough to rub your skin off.
Now you that promise. Okay then, here's a freebie. I'll respond. At 2400, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside of the mansion.
In other words, no matter how much they struggled, those 8 people, including Erika, could not have existed inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. At the same time, no matter how much they struggled, those inside the mansion could not have existed outside of the mansion. Me when I don't know how it was done. Witchcraft! No other explanation, me now I know. Shut up, you're giving too much away! Oh no! I mean, this is... I keep wanting to call her Satoko. This is Lambda Delta, so you know. She's not thinking too much. But also, she got like a lewd promise. A possibly lewd promise, I don't know.
In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stuck it there out in the open, maybe no one would notice it. This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor, and you can slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. Good job, me.
Please, allow me to speak. The letter never existed in the ceiling of the hallway.
Please, allow me to speak. Know that the letter never touched the serving cart. Who cares about that? Anyway, some human outside of the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. If you try to use that letter in the knock to argue that Beatrice exists, it definitely won't work on Frudo Erika.
Please, allow me to speak. It was impossible for anyone outside of the mansion to influence anything inside of the mansion after the family conference began.
Then someone outside of the mansion set up some kind of device before the family conference. Something other than the ceiling or the serving cart. Allow me to speak. Blue truth, invalid. Why? That's the only way, right? Someone outside of the mansion used some kind of device other than the ceiling or the serving cart. Allow me to speak. Unless you can specify or theorize as to what that something might be, your blue truth will not be acknowledged.
Allow me to speak. All of Lady Erika's blue truths regarding the letter have been lost.
They've all been lost, you say? Watch your tongues a bit more, useless furniture. If I can just think of that device, it'll be an instant checkmate. What do you mean, all of them? What do you mean my blue truth is invalid? How dare you say such a thing to me? The detective, Frudo Erika!
Erika's face twisted. Those words that seemed to deny Erika's reasoning, were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her.
Miss Erika, why don't we postpone the riddle of the letter for now? Your blue stake about someone outside of the mansion playing with a cassette tape is still valid. If it was possible for sound, then perhaps it wasn't impossible for a letter as well.
As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Delanor stopped her with those words.
That's right, my blue truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied. My master, I will solve this riddle of the letter without fail. Please allow me to postpone that for now. However, I will definitely figure out the riddle of the knock here. I've hit you with the blue stake that someone outside of the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play.
You really are a cute kid, piece of Burns. Lots of spunk. Anyway, Erika's yelling at you to forgive her because she solved one of the 2 riddles even though she resigned on the other. So, will you forgive her?
Sure. Normally, I'd never forgive my own peace for the shame of surrendering. But if you manage to solve one of the riddles, I guess I'll let it slide for now. My master.
When Birkenstell said that she'd let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief.
Then it's time to get punished, Erika-chan!
None of the characters misidentified a knocking sound. Oh. What's that supposed to mean?
Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it, and not a knocking sound. So that's no good either. In other words, every one of them would correctly recognize the knocking sound of something truly hitting the door, and they definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's totally impossible that any sound except hitting that door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock.
What that means? At the time the bell sounding 2400 went off, no one existed who could have hit the door.
Yep, they don't exist. After all, the Golden Witch Beatrice hit it.
So in other words, there's no way to make it work unless you actually hit the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker, and that made it possible to knock without touching the door with your hands.
To knock means something hitting the door with your hand, right? I won't accept hitting it with some device. They heard a knock at the same time at the 2400 bell. At that time, everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it, and none of them had misinterpreted a knocking sound. Klaus, Natsu, and Genji were not involved with the making of the knocking sound. No one existed inside the mansion, and knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand. Hey, Fern, what do you think of my red? Don't you think this is pretty simple and enjoyable despite being the first Twilight? The Golden Witch made her graceful appearance with a knocking sound.
Interesting. This really is riveting, Lambda. Wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, how amusing.
The two witches doubled over, laughing as though this was the most fun in the world. My master, don't worry. If you just give me my little gray cell some time, I will definitely reach an answer at this pitiful red.
You're nothing but a lowly piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the piece tray and gather dust or something. Useless pieces are painful even to remember.
After all, Fern's pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Fern's gonna forget you, okay? You'll collect dust in that forgotten piece tray, awaiting your turn that'll never come. I imagine it'd be pretty harsh, don't you think?
Don't worry, Lady Lambda Delta, my master. I promise I'll keep you entertained and never let you down again. Oh, how reassuring. I guess you're my double after all. Then make sure you really are giving it your all in more ways than one. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you.
Also, I love that a whole person is missing, but Erica is like, but the letter though. Right? She's so focused on that. But also, like, I am also not focused on the missing person. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erica to step in. If she contented herself with that, she would literally have no place to go and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erica endured this with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who ignored her, and with both fists clenched, she thought frantically in search for some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Frudo Erica. I am the piece and double and servant of the great Lady Birkenstell. I'll definitely make her satisfied, definitely. Show me a butler. How dare you humiliate me so? As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like someone had told her to go stand all alone in the hallway. I'm trying to think of the people that were mentioned. Because they didn't disprove Kumasawa, didn't they? It's like, I don't want to scroll through the log, but like, I don't feel like there was any truths for Kumasawa. I could be wrong, though. With the crime of the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about the breakfast, so we now had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Me. Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal, felt like a vigil, Erica suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere between relief and insanity, as though she'd made some groundbreaking and strange discovery. Hey, what's up? You okay? I've got it. I've got it! Did you think I wouldn't understand? Yes, I've got it. There's no way something that stupid could happen. With a hideous expression covered with cold sweat, Erica glared and lashed out at Battler. What do you get? There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study. Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph go up into the third-story window, you closely observed the construction of the other wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gutter, it might be possible to go down to the courtyard from the third-floor window. You didn't jump down. You used the rain gutter or something and clumsily wriggled down the outer wall. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, what's your counter-argument? My counter-argument? You don't have a counter-argument? Then my truth is valid, right? Hey, did you see that? Trying to look cool and make it look like you jumped down was all an illusion. You just jumped out and latched onto the rain gutter. My argument then was about whether it was possible for Grandfather to escape from the study, right? And it was possible for Grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether I jumped down or crawled down, that doesn't change anything, does it? Don't try to change the subject! A mere human can't jump down from the third floor. Did you see that? Did you see that? What do you think of my reasoning, my master? Are you tired or something? Just calm down and eat some food. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erica said. His hand had slipped halfway and he had fallen from the considerable height, but he had managed to land on his feet. No one had witnessed this, but most likely everyone in the dining hall now, except Erika, had realized that something like this had happened. Since the very beginning, no one had believed that he'd jumped down from the third floor window, even if they hadn't witnessed that directly. So they had no clue what Erika was complaining about all of a sudden, and started to whisper, staring at her with cold eyes and dubious faces. You can't counter that, can you? You jumping down has already been denied. My truth has won. My blue truth is valid. Master, please acknowledge this. I'm not incompetent or a disappointment. I will match up to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master. Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erika spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in an answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. Also, the funniest thing about this is Battler is currently being controlled by Burn, right? And I think like Erika like just somehow doesn't know, even though she keeps talking to the two of them who are like discussing what's going on in the game. She's just so desperate for approval. At the same time as that sound, Erika went limp and fell into her seat like a puppet who just had all its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain slowly filled the room once again, Erika slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Just imagine Burn like just grabbed her out of the game and is like, "What the f are you doing right now? You are in front of the humans. Quit messing around." Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened. As if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erika just stand up suddenly and yell something strange at someone? Automatically, enough to make one doubt their eyes, Erika continued eating quietly as though everything was perfectly normal. When they saw how ordinary she looked, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they must have seen some illusion of Erika suddenly yelling. So Erika's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memories. Erika quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear. "Thank you very much, great Lady Birkenstell. I am Frudo Erika. I am a master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale."
That's right. When it comes to utensils, knives and forks are pretty primitive. Chopsticks are the best. Don't you think chopsticks are the easiest way to eat salad? Well, everyone? Don't you think? Don't you think it's so pleasant to eat everything with chopsticks? It's lovely, isn't it?
I'm trying to think in like all the attempts of eating different things with chopsticks. If I've ever like attempted eating a salad with chopsticks, I feel like it would be easy in theory, but I feel like the dressing would make it a little tricky to like actually grab something. But who knows? Porridge with chopsticks would be interesting. True. If you wanted to eat it very slowly, or if you wanted to Ate it very quickly with chopsticks. Num num num. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Yeah, I feel like it would take a really long time to eat like porridge or oatmeal with chopsticks.
Butler's son returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then the rest of you split up 30 minutes later, right?
Yes, that's right. Drowsiness was finally starting to catch up to us. We decided to take a short rest and then start up again. To smoke out the murder of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out of the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was impressive. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling strange about the way she played the detective. Even though she had that little bout of weirdness at the table, but you know, that was weird and it was gone before they knew it, so everybody was just like, yeah, I must still be dreaming. Collective delusion. It seems Erica is also steadily building her foundation.
It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one of the mists of Rokkenjima. She certainly won't be able to capture or deny him. When all is said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard.
In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stowed away.
Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first Twilight, they've been stowed away too, right? Yes, they've been put away in my darkness, which lies beneath this world and the next. And that detective wannabe won't be able to find them. Of course she won't. It'd definitely be impossible for a human. Wanna check? Just in case. And we also need to re-examine what Lady Birkenstell's goals will be from now on.
If you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of the hundreds of battles.
If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting.
My.
Gap opened a large hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Bieto and Ronave to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time in this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as where is this and what time is it have no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces have been left, pieces who have left the game go. Pardon me. Then, through the pitch-black world, a glow like a faint spotlight shone, and 5 corpses came into view. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently even Gap had respect for the dead. Oh my. There are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight of this game. Not 6. Oh, it's you, teacher! I was worried about where you'd gone. The game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you see, the first victims have appeared. So it's truly time. I'm getting all excited. I see. The you that is here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased. I've got high spirits and a captivating body. Add in my charming disposition and you've got my only strong points. For some reason, Virgilia praised Bieto for being in high spirits, though Bieto was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden. She pounded her chest and answered. Virgilia had been absent during this game. She might even have been absent when Battler solved the epitaph, as well as during the uproar that followed. Apparently she'd been absent for so many critical points that she didn't really understand much about what had happened so far in this game. Right now, 5 corpses have appeared. As you can see, their necks have been slit. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. All 5 of them had their necks sliced open by something sharp. The wound opened wider than their mouths, and it made it feel as though they no longer need their mouths to breathe. Breathe!
No. Oh gosh. I see. So anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it's obviously impossible that they are just playing dead. Why did Leah use the red? Who knows? However, she is always thinking of what's best for Milady. She probably had some idea in mind that would benefit her. But they'd hid the corpses here, specifically so that no one would be able to use the red. However, Rodonove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. A slightly displeased expression rose to Gap's face, as she saw that the corpses she'd gone to such lengths to hide had been now confirmed dead in red. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. Why did you have Gap hide the corpses? As to that, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal. How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi? We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap meant to corner Natsuhi. Most likely, they'll sort through alibis for the first twilight and find them for everyone except her. Last night, Natsuhi-sama was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning. We've already made Kinzo's existence impossible to deny. However, there is a single move remaining to our enemy that might cancel out. I see. So they'll corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist. Indeed. The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved in the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated, noticed that trap of theirs, and countered with this move. The corpses disappear! Everyone has alibis and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, but it also throws doubt on whether there was actually corpses in the first place, just barely allowing Natsuhi to escape being a suspect. In other words, it's possible for Natsuhi-sama to claim that the sacrifices of the first twilight were only playing dead. You mean, even though many people confirmed their deaths without fail in the cousin room? Mere confirmation of facts doesn't even approach the red truth. No matter how much everyone claims to have truly witnessed their deaths, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist. Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, some sort of trick, or even say they were all lying. And it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself. In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is a valid move. An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. Not pretty. True. However, beauty is something to be sought only after victory. When those without victory seek it, it is not but poison. Well, they do say might makes right. And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. I imagine it would be quite nasty. You are fully aware of that. And we already know that Natsuhi is probably about to be lured into yet another trap. A trap? Indeed. Someone Lady Lambadelta created, who calls himself a man, from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi. She was ordered to go into a closet in the certain guest room in a few minutes, at 1 p.m. and hide there. Klaus was taken hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist. I see. How relentless. Can you protect her? Of course! After all, Natsuhi isn't the culprit. No matter how much she's treated as a culprit, both the truth and phantoms are on our side. There's no way we lose. Unless... Natsuhi threw her cup of tea on the ground in protest, expressing the anger that flowed throughout her entire body. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you suspect me?
You told me you left before anyone else, returned to your room, and didn't leave that room until morning. However, if you cannot prove that, it doesn't count as an alibi.
Prove? How can I possibly prove that? Or do that?
Doesn't matter how. Objectively speaking, it's all fine as long as you prove that it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I want you to stop being so hostile and give me your alibi, along with proof.
That's right. Almost the whole night is a blank space in time for Natsuhine-san. She might have left the conference saying that she wanted to rest before us, then gone to the guest house, attacked George and the others. Please don't be such a fool! Why would I kill George-kun and on top of that my own daughter Jessica? Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yeah. We've been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night, so that we could clear up our suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi-san. If it frustrates you, then shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence? The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood and the play about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming all of the facts, but except for Natsuhi, who was uncooperative when it came to proving alibis. Everyone else had an alibi that was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that even being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive. That's ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like a culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further. Oh, so what are you gonna do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence? As if you could. Give me George back, murderer. Stop it, Ava. Natsuhi-san, you're probably a bit tired, too. The same goes for us, of course. Why don't we take it easy for now? Seriously. We're a little too high-strung. Natsuhi, where are you going? Searching for alibis or the culprit would be truly laughable at this point. When the typhoon passes and the police come, everything will be exposed to the light of day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play at being detectives. Am I wrong, Erika-san?
Generally speaking, you're right. However, I do have the authority to do this.
Who gave her the authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. I'm leaving. I have no intention of going along with your pointless questioning before the police come. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I'm counting on the police to clear away that suspicion. It may be a bit late to mention this, but then again, I guess this happens every time anyway. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsuhi said the police would be coming, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat would come tomorrow, and they would use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Natsuhi-san, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Perhaps it would be better if we all stayed here. Why not let her? This might make for some very good proof. If Natsuhine-san gets killed in her own room, it'll be excellent proof of her innocence. Put it, Anaki. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow. We're going to take a break. If we're going to take a break, we still mustn't let our guards down, got it? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow. And Natsuhi, if you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight. Close the windows and the shutters too, and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone, and more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims. Thank you, Butler-kun. Then I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but see to it that our guests have everything they need. Yes, madame. I shall do so. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern, that the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Klaus, who had been taken hostage. Very soon it would be that promised time, 1 p.m. She was to hide for an hour in the closet in a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow that order, and that claimed that she'd been forced to do this for her husband's safety. When the promised time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Klaus, has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I am prepared to do so. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, my father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I've managed to get this far by plausibly dashing away in a rage. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder if it's locked. The servants are normally ordered to lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I had dashed away from the others, pretending I was returning to my room. Popping back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If I can, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. And that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago. He said I would win if no one found out, but lose if anyone did find out. He said my husband would be released whether I won or lost, but as a person with a hostage taken against me, I would rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. When I softly gripped the doorknob, I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shinin or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room. Could he? And then all that about hide and seek might have been a mere excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here secret, and all the others think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one that occurred this morning. That might actually turn out for the better. Perhaps this is a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsuhi had experience with using a naginata, though only casually. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of challenging a man with malicious intent and winning. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't just stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was frigid, and she could sense no trace of anyone waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, this seemed to prove that there was no one here to threaten her, but soon, it only made an uneasy feeling rise up inside her even more strongly than before. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside was a set of hangers for coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wooden floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. In the worst case, she had even imagined that her husband's corpse might be inside there. However, none of those things she imagined turned out to be true. The only thing there was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet that silently urged her to enter. And he told me to hide in here for an hour. He's mocking me. Natsuhi shrugged, turned around, and then locked and chained the guest room door. This way no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. Stupid game of hide and seek. This surely must be a total victory in the hide and seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. Normally, this would be against the rules of hide and seek. even if she had one, wouldn't this displease the culprit? And now everyone thought that she had returned to her room. If they found a room with a chain set, that would make it an impossible closed room to them. Erica had dashed throughout the mansion to confirm alibis or something. If she noticed that the chain was set on this room, there would probably be an uproar that would end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happened, Natsuhi would be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy to honestly confess as to why she'd been hiding. However, that man had insisted that she not reveal that. If she did talk, she might endanger her husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain... No, even the lock might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when she came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I cannot disobey. I undid those precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour had passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I'll crouch down here. I thought about clutching my knees, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I was made to sit on the floor holding my knees in every PE class as a grade schooler, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just crouching down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. Man, I feel like this closet's, like, relatively, like, deep. Because I could imagine she has, like, some kind of, like, petticoat or something similar under her skirt, maybe? I'm not sure. Because it is, like, very wide in the skirt area. So I'm assuming there would be, like, something to kind of puff it up. So, I don't know. I can't believe I'll be hiding in the darkness for a full hour with nothing to hear except the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsuhi had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it when Jessica was a little girl, to scold her for her persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson. She thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes. I imagine the weight of the door would probably compress it a bit. Hopefully. Because, like, I think I'm thinking of it as like a standalone dresser kind of closet. Instead of like a proper one, but I don't know. And this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. It almost feels like I'm being made to do the same thing. It's not the true purpose of this hide and seek. How naive of me. This must be my naivety. The hope that if their goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of this man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me that now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit had an eerie card with autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. But how did they know that autumn is my favorite season? How unsettling. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said it out loud. I don't think anyone's ever heard me say it. If I asked even my husband what my favorite season is, he probably would be stumped for an answer. No. Just once, I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. Oh. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. So the culprit, or one of the accomplices, has to be Shannon. The fact that I like autumn can only be known by Shannon. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That card with Autumn on it is proof. Outrageous. Even though she served this family for 10 years. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from which within the crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a vital clue for turning things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's an accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. A weak-willed girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll secretly tell the police about this. It might become a big clue towards arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to shock me and get me to do what he says, but he's actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like Autumn. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Though I once thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it's actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I wasn't given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I'm almost grateful for the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still can't guarantee that my husband is safe, but I'll definitely get him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I clenched my fists tightly, and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Rattle, rattle. At that time, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force the locked door open, and my heart leapt. I thought you didn't lock the door. Oh, it was unlocked. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard that quiet voice, as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and now the door opened with a faint sound.
Yes, hello. Hello, Lunar Festival. How you doing?
Why is Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps that sounded like he came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi-san is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? It would take some time to unlock the door from the side, much less remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san didn't intend to let me escape from here, he won't give me enough time to undo the chain. Just chillin', I love you. I've read it a couple times.
This is my first time reading through it,
but it's very fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. In that time, if he opens the closet door and sees me crouching here pathetically, just what kind of fearsome words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right by on this closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was so filled with a throbbing sound that it felt like it was about to explode, and I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps.
Like maybe to character. Thank you. Thank you. I worked a lot on it.
So when I heard the clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he'd passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. Just in case. In this weather, it's pretty much night out there anyway. As he whispered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case. In case I try to escape out of the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders have occurred, and the weather's bad. There'd be nothing abnormal if someone chose to rest in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety is the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk, as though he'd flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much of a situation could be grasped by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably wasn't true. He probably planned on me hiding here, but Hideyoshi-san coming to take a rest here must have been outside of the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might be odd, but it also might guarantee my own safety. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Eva-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I can slip out of this closet now while he's still alone, reveal everything to just him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. Until my husband is released, I shouldn't do anything rash. Should I go out and talk, or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the urge to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the trader who's observing me is nearby. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is the traitor, but that's no proof that Goda and the others aren't. It's all useless. I guess leaving here and confessing is too dangerous after all. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Probably mourning George. Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry, now that he was all alone like this. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he was as good a right, or he has as good a right to cry as anyone. And now that he's found a place where no one can see his tears, he finally let himself do it. And I've lost my daughter. I haven't seen her corpse with my own eyes, so it still didn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. I'm struggling. However, I still cannot let myself do that. It isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Ushinomiya family. It's been completely overshadowed by the recent uproar, but last night, Butler-kun found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from the mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent his ascension as the head. And when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushinomiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Butler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushinomiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. In the closet, I silently hung my head as I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs. Who are you? Huh? My heart leapt. I heard a sound that must have been Hideyoshi-san, who had probably been lying prostrate on the bed, bounding to his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a sec! What? He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who on earth could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to hide or take Hideyoshi-san's life. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? If I can't help him, shouldn't I call for help? No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. However, if Hideyoshi-san gets killed like this...
Hello, Sans. How you doing?
You won't believe it?
What? What won't I believe?
No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll certainly be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try and weigh those against each other. At this time, there was a loud sound as the door opened and the chain was pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Dear, it's me. Could you open up? Dear, what's happening? Dear, open up! Open up, dear! Someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't stop the chain. Eva-san called for help in a loud voice and raced through the hallway. Rip. Gotta A star sticker? Fantastic, congratulations! By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier sense of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san. In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they hiding in here? I hadn't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san running away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that the culprit is hiding his breath, standing just outside this closet, waiting for me to stumble out? I don't even know what I should be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Eventually, the clamber of many rushing footsteps approached. I'll hold my breath again and melt away into the darkness of the closet. Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goda was gripping some wire cutters to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. "Dear, we're going to open this up! Cut it right now!" Yes. Goda stuck the large wire cutter, which looked like it could slice off a whole finger, through the crack of the door, and easily severed the chain. Yeah, Natsuhi's gonna be in trouble! Hopefully they just don't look in the closet. What is the funny story you got, Sans? while we come upon a crime scene. Dear! As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late. What the hell? Dear! Dear! Dr. Nancho, look at my husband, quickly! I'll do it right now. You've gotta be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. Oh, things don't look good for Natsuhi. Had a panic attack because the power went out and I hear someone out back say, I think I just cut this. Oh, I was always panicking, grabbed a knife and ran into the office to start calling my parents. They don't pick up. So my friend Blue and we just taking turns. The power people are working on our house and didn't tell us anything for like 10 minutes after the fact. I'm still nervous. That's a day in my life. Oh my gosh. I honestly would be very terrified. I would be so terrified in that position, honestly.
What could have happened?
Dear! I'm afraid to say that there's nothing I can do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural, because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake. And its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might even have pierced all the way through the surface of his chest. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go alone? Stupid, stupid, stupid! Ah! The culprit probably waited for us to get reckless and split up. Bastard. So he still hasn't had enough blood? So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion and coming after us? But there's something strange here. The doors and the windows to this room are completely sealed. That's right. The shutters are all shut and the door chain was set until a second ago.
Huh? But that's crazy. In that case, how did the culprit attack? Hideyoshi-san in this room?
Maybe they threw the stake through the crack in the door. Hideyoshi-san's bed is on total blind spot from this crack. You couldn't even kill him with a gun. This is really strange. It's a closed room murder. Closed room murder. It's a bit too early to be sure of that. Maybe he removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it, or maybe he can close the shutters from the outside. The Kumasawa voice, thank you! I like to have some distinctive voices for some of the characters, but like a lot of them are very similar to each other. Because there's so many characters, I can only do so many. Supposed to really be playing Among Us, oh no.
The shutters. They didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked.
Erica. It's no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erica had split from the group. Just now. It's her! It was her the whole time! Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. When she heard that a crime had occurred in this room, she had watched everyone rush towards the room, but circled around to the outer wall herself. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutter was down on the window, that you couldn't do anything with it from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Is the outside of this room just like usual?
There's no need to say it like that.
My deepest condolences. So, what's the situation inside the room?
The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered. And all the windows have the shutters down. They're locked tight from the inside.
What are they bickering about in here?
Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the corpse to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came. What happened to the other corpses? The culprit carried them off somewhere, right? It may be that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the corpses. So no way we're leaving my husband all here alone. Ava does have a point. After all, the victims before now have all been carried away after we were shown their terrible wounds. Erica-chan, you probably would like to preserve the crime scene, but would you just let this one slide?
Do whatever you want. All I'm interested in is the fact that a closed room has appeared. That's much more serious than Kinzo-san's study. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please.
Oh no, you think you're tough. Rattler's expression was clearly unhappy, but she ignored him completely.
Feel free to carry that corpse at any time. Or am I in the way?
Erica backed away from the door to open the path. She showed no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed through thoughts of this closed room murder that had appeared. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi up in the blankets, and Goda and Rudolph carried him out. The sheets were quickly stained red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off of the bed to further cover the corpse. Hey, out of the way.
Yes, I am out of the way.
Let's go to the parlor. Yes. Dear. Oh, ah! Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated. The culprit attacked Genji. He probably got a master key. It's clear that even locking up will no longer make you safe.
But the chains were set. How did they do it?
It's impossible. The shutters and the chain were firmly set. Even with a master key, it'd be impossible to force your way into that room.
It must have been Beatrice-sama's doing.
There's no way Beatrice-sama did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ceremony. Of course we can't understand it. This would be impossible for anyone except a witch.
Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. Has a nice ring to it.
Erica-chan, are you listening? We've decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi-san's corpse to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get there? When she heard the words playing detective, Erica grimaced visibly. Then, everyone stumbled out, and she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned that scene into her eyes. Erica claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while pursuing the photograph of the scene inside her memory, playing the part of an armchair detective. Then, suddenly, her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. A closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erica stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erica's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Didn't you ever learn how to stick together on school field trips?
Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies.
Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Come quickly! Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erica followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. Natsuhi is safe, for now. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of cold sweat covering my cheeks might be noticed, had finally ended. Just imagine, like, someone stayed behind and it's just like, hey, what you doing? With my hand that still couldn't stop trembling, I slowly opened the closet door and dashed out into the hallway. It's okay. No one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock it behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. Opens the closet. Erica with the camera. Say cheese!
Caught in 4K.
Well, if I don't get back soon, the new murder has occurred. They'll probably try and tell me about it, and they'll probably do it shortly after they carry Hideyoshi-san's corpse back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. You gotta go before you look suspicious. I don't know whether I should run out all noisily, hide my footsteps, and walk in secret, or walk around normally as though nothing has happened. At the very least, it'll be bad if I bump into them on their way back to the parlor. Anyway, I'll head back to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. I pass through the hallway to the lobby. If I go to the big staircase in the lobby, my room is just a little bit... Natsuhi-san! Just as she was about to go up the big staircase, Natsuhi heard Erica call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped.
I was just about to go and tell you the news.
Thank you very much. Did something happen?
Just now, Natsuhi-san. You were climbing the stairs, right? Your room is upstairs, isn't it?
Erica coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuhi cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a worrier, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that sort of thing does happen a lot. It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their memory.
Normally, since Erica was clearly making fun of her, Natsuhi might have looked annoyed. However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erica admit that this sort of thing happened a lot. Why are you by yourself, Erica-san?
I thought I'd investigate that guest room.
Guest room?
Yep. The situation's gotten pretty serious, hasn't it? And investigating the scene of the crime is my right.
Erica's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell. Erica already suspected Natsuhi. Judging by the subtle nuance in her words, she must be planning to make me slip up and reveal that I know about the crime with Hideyoshi. When I supposedly hadn't been told about it yet. Natsuhi played dumb and asked what had happened again. Erica's just right? Like she's not nice. Nobody likes her. Although, I don't know. There's probably some people that are like, yeah, Erica.
which with each their own.
Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is just a repeat of the first crime, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Again, you were in your room. And again, you can't prove your alibi, can you?
I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room?
Ah, that. Then let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone.
I'll come back after I check my log. Please get started without me.
Hideyoshi-san has been killed. We'll be talking about that.
What? She had planned on using the need to check her lock as an excuse to escape to her own room, after which she would claim to have a sudden headache and stay in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to postpone that and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion just because she'd been seen heading up to the stairs at the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone glanced at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected Natsuhi. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling closed room mystery and try to frame her for it. However, she couldn't have resisted. She couldn't sacrifice her husband's life. And while it's true I had him in the closet, that's all I did. I definitely haven't committed a murder. It might be seriously suspicious, or extremely rather, but I'm not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure it until then. I'm sure one of the servants is a traitor. Even in a situation like this, if I mention my husband being held hostage, the culprit will hear and might use it as an excuse to kill him.
Natsuhi-san has just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all.
Something very important?
Yes, it's very important. I'd like to lay out everything in front of you all, starting with the first crime.
Then please, do that with just the others. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested.
Since I have it all laid out, this is a very important thing to discuss. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse.
Yeah, my band teacher said I sound much better this year than last year, and I'm so happy. Nice! That's always good. At work, I have this especially infuriating group of family over when I get off work. Oh no! That's a trombone. But no! Well, I hope it goes easily for you, Rocket, when you get home. I know family can be kind of eh. Erika used her detective authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to.
Oh, sorry. Could you close that door for me?
Yes. Shannon and Cannon closed the door. Since it had been decided a short while ago to lock all doors and windows carefully, Cannon locked it. That lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi, one that would hold her in place and prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed. Though Erika had gone to the corridor to check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In other words, from Erika's point of view, the sound of the lock was truly...
checkmate.
Erika said that suddenly. Birkenstell said that suddenly.
Oh, fast! Wow! So you figured out the culprit already? We've barely gotten to do any of the crimes, right? You could have just let me kill a few more and gathered a few clues yourself.
Okay, Lambda, gather all the pieces. Now, we're getting to the most interesting part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest.
Oh no! Well, let's see. Let me zoom into the scan real quick before I keep... Why don't you show me what you've got?
To think she'd lay down a challenge without waiting for the game set at 2400. What a hasty person, that Lady Birkenstell. It is quite an early challenge. To think that she's already managed to obtain a winning hand at this stage. Normally, I can win by just claiming that a witch exists, but with Natsuhi and Kinso, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight'll be a pain. That's no problem at all. I won't let them do as they please with my golden island any longer. Bring it on, Lady Birkenstell. Froda Erika.
Nah, Sans, you got it. You got a 7. The dice don't lie.
In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time that Battler had joined in on the 5th game and control the pieces that would be passed on to Battler. In other words, he would only be officially added to the game now, in this final stage.
Hello, Crimson.
Where Birkenstell had pinpointed the culprit.
How are you doing?
Lemida and Byrne are such bullies, right? I guess that's especially where Erica gets her bullyingness. Challenge the dice.
I mean, if you challenge it enough, it's gonna give you a nat 1.
You have a 1 in 20 chance. So, he had left the arbor a short while ago. Now the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. See, I told you! I told you, Sans! Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see. I believe it's safe to say that at least in the game over who the culprit is, Battler has gained such strength that he will never surrender again. Oh, this is... For some reason I just didn't process the quotations. The only good thing this slot got Devil's Rejects has done for me was made me feel sick, strong hatred so frequently that I now write a character's hatred and pure rage into my books. I mean, at least it gives experience. By the 4th game, you had sent him all of your messages. In other words, at this time, Battler-kun is capable of realizing the truth at any moment. However, he is still soft in some ways. So, even if the games continue like this 100 times, you won't solve it for all eternity. They'll just wander forever like someone trying to find the blue bird. And that is you, Beatrice. It's the same for you. Even if this game continues hundreds more times, you will never reach the answer you seek for all eternity. You re-challenge. Just imagine it only gives you 1s and 7s today. Birkenstell will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with the utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now. To end Battler's naive softness, to end your hesitation. And that's why you called the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between you. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but no matter how it goes, that result has always been filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore as a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake. Ooh, the rolls are being dangerous for Rocket, too. Beatrice, how long will you intend to stay there, neither alive nor dead? Not rising up to heaven nor falling into hell, there on the peak of Mount Purgatory. I am Virgilia. I have guided him through Purgatory and brought him to you at its peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or grab him and fall into hell.
Yeah, 12 is not too bad.
Did you know that the Discord called Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, is sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell, it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the residents of Purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven, a hope that cannot be abandoned. And it tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than a single pin known as hope. Fly. Fly from the cliffs of Purgatory. Take with you the regrets caused by your fleeting, fragile, foolish hopes and open up Pandora's box. Are you scared? Scared of opening the box? I'm ready. I'm already in a mood. I'll play with Fate more.
Ooh, you got a 17. That's not half bad.
Beato was silent, but with a single tear, she nodded slightly. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, quickly hold a funeral for it and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, quickly feed it and give it all of your affection. Whether it is alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. The key to the box that you were afraid to open has been brought to you by those two. Beatrice, it's time for you to die now. I hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Very interesting. Very, very intriguing. Man, they're discussing this for a while. My goodness. When is it gonna end? How long are they discussing? Oh my gosh. Natsuki went into the room at 1. It is now midnight. Were they discussing for like... I don't know how long between her going into the room and them ending up in the parlor was. But like... My goodness. Oh. Of all the pieces from the game board, or all of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on even higher level had gathered in one place. Are we already? That place was a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling, white stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. And for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. And that's why cats are bigger than babies. True.
The pieces! Have they all been gathered?
Yes, they have.
Well done. What a show! I wonder just how many people there are here.
No matter how many we see, every being outside of 18 is a phantom.
Making you acknowledge them is what my game's all about. The three witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the game master, Lambadelta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Birkenstell and Beatrice facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully.
Great Lady Lambadelta, we thank you for granting our request for an assembly. And Great Lady Birkenstell, my master, please look forward to it. Though it may only be for a short while, I will most certainly make my master forget about the poison that torments her. Yes, I am looking forward to it. I'd expect no less from my double, my peace.
Erica and Birkenstell exchanged cruel smiles that make anyone want to avert their gaze.
Listen up, witches and humans! I hereby announce that with this assembly of witches gathered, the Court of Illusions will now begin!
The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken with such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in the bell tower.
Your lives and roles, as they correspond to this game, are over! The 5th game is now closed, and the 2400 answer session shall begin! Well, I'd like to get started quickly, but why don't we have everyone introduce themselves quickly first? After all, there are so many people here. I am Lambadelta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game.
Birkenstell, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's illusion of the witch.
I am the endless witch Beatrice. My goals are to claim my own existence and protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. I'm here. Battler-sama, you come next in rank. I'm Ushinomiya Battler. I'm fighting against Beatos... no, against the witches. That's all. As I believe you now, you joined in on this game partway through. At the time this assembly of witches opens, you have yet to participate. Do you understand? I get it. You probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right? Thank you for understanding. Even though Battler held a rank near that of witches, he sat at the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. So now more than just Battler is playing the game.
Yeah.
Well, up until this point, he wasn't participating in this game. It was just like Lambda Delta and Birkenstell, and Erica was there too. But as a piece, but like technically, I don't know. Erica's a weird piece. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. Because, like, this Beato isn't our Beato. You might have said you were my arch enemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. Or it might be Peace Beato. I don't know. Like, this Beato is a gray area right now. Nothing has been, like, super shown for this one, because I don't think she's being controlled by Beato or Birkenstell, but I don't believe she's being controlled by regular Beato. I don't know. I almost said I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato had been my only enemy, but right now, Erica and those witches who started toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything.
I am the detective and the one who called for this assembly of witches, Furuto Erika. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and stick a charming period on the end of this tale.
Erica greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again.
I'm also looking forward to this. Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order.
Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you.
When 45 urged them to introduce themselves, Kinzo stood up. I'm Ushinomiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and I'm hiding somewhere in Rokenjima. Ushinomiya class. Currently, I've been captured and I'm being confined somewhere.
Hello, Mitten. How are you doing? I am doing good.
We're in a court. We're in magical court. This is more confusing than early Chaos Omnium Files. Dude, I really hope that they're making a 3rd game for Isomnium Files. I just recently queued the VODs for like when we first played the first Isomnium Files, and I miss it so much. I want another one, gosh dang it. I really hope that he's making another one. I'm Ushinomiya Eva. I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushinomiyas too, so I'll leave off the family name. I'm Ushido Rosa. I was killed on the first Twilight. Welcome to Paternity Court, Beatrice Edition. Oh gosh. Jessica. I also died on the first Twilight. I'm George. I also died on the first Twilight.
Maria! I died, but look, I'm here talking. See? Dying isn't a big deal, right?
I'm Ushinomiya Natsuhi. I am alive. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Kire. I'm still alive. Nanjo. I am also hanging in there. I like how this is heckin' like 13 hours later and he's like, yeah, a short while ago. Maybe 12 hours ago, but who knows. It was 3 or 4 years between games, so I think it's in production. I hope so. I don't want to wait, but I want it right now, but I know games take time. I don't want them to rush. We can at least fill the void with rain code whenever that comes out and I buy it. My name is Genji. I passed away on the first Twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. I'm Canon. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
I'm Kurosawa. Pleased to meet you. Now, on to the witches. Everyone introduce yourselves, nya.
Ignored?
Wait, what? What do you mean ignored? I said, I asked you how you were, and I was saying that I was good.
I did not ignore you. Virgilia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor Beato's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like raised audience seating, and they sat there, looking down as though they were at a theater. Raincoat. It's I mean, it's technically the only thing that's related between Raincoat and Isomnium Files is Spike Chunsoft, I believe, is developing it, but I don't think they have the same director because it's technically more related to Danganronpa. But you know, produced by the same company. Being released by the same company. My name's Virgilia. I am Beatrice's teacher. I'm Gab. Making corpses disappear is my job. Ronove. I'm in charge of making black tea. Okay, I'm going round by Raincoat? What? Going round by? I'm confused, Rocket. Bro, if cats don't want to be held like a baby, why are they, right? Why are they, if they don't want to be held by baby, then why baby? Why baby if no held like baby? I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second twilight. Oh gosh, I might as well echo heck.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here! All 7 of us at once.
Let us then have Lady Erica's furniture to introduce themselves. Rip Sans. Gertrude, I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy.
Cornelia, I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy.
The two of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. I reset my autocorrect to my phone, has to relearn my manner of speech. I see. Then, Dillonor, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place.
Dillonor A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erica's primary assistant. Battler, I expect much from you. Please do not disappoint me.
Let's just give both all we've got.
Most of the time, there will be no need for Dillonor to step forward. However, when the witch's side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Dillonor convict them. A miracle like the one on the study won't happen again.
Right, Dillonor is cute. So I'm gonna make more typos. Oh no! You're gonna be even more ununderstandable. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this Assembly of Witches.
Hello, everyone! Nya.
This ends the introductions of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. Oh my gosh. And see, this is why only certain characters have special voices. There are 38 characters in the 5th game, but if you added all the pieces from previous games too, it would possibly rise even higher. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, has far more pieces than a chessboard.
Very well. Then I guess we'll get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goat. Refill my drink. And some popcorn for me. Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn when watching play was you, after all. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso? Erica, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master. Leave it to me. Order. Silence.
At the sound of her voice, the Chester Sisters' corpse straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly, as their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Whew. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erica walked out into the center, where she could catch everyone's attention. Nope, you have to give all of them unique voices. You can't pull any. Chris Pratt. Oh no. It's a me, Mario. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar and carried a single plain chair out of the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair.
I, Furuda Erika, will make an accusation. The murderer of the fifth game is... Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit.
Erika pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi wax doll alone shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic.
Chester sisters, please take the defendant to her chair.
Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me! 45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back. Oh, Rocket, you were walking a thin line. And led her to her chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chester sisters were surprisingly strong and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models.
I, Furuda Erika.
Oh no! Oh no! Lunar!
It's okay, at least it only lasts like 1 minute, so you should be back soon. I, Furuda Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Bieto, of course, you'll be challenging this, right?
Naturally. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furuda Erika, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart. Beatrice. Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight. That's true. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenge that would disgrace the Ushiromiya family.
How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment.
So, Burn, make your claims.
I, Birkenstell, claim that a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game.
Are you too, Bieto, okay? I feel like I read that wrong. Let me double check. And you too, Bieto, okay?
I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Birkenstell, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes.
Listen, witches and humans. 2 claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi? Is the culprit a witch, Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth about the 5th game will disappear into darkness. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Bieto alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared?
And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? That has always been just what I wanted. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Bieto was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Bieto would have been destroyed. That's sturdy. Erika alone has nothing to lose if she fails.
I wonder. Lady Birkenstell is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations.
It was inconceivable that the ruthless Birkenstell would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just as much. The 2 claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches.
Okay, no problems. Get started!
In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of the Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct?
It really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everyone had been inside the parlor, and because it was so simple, it was decisive.
No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate.
I'm telling you, that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit. I know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi, but wait. The scene of the murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with my magic.
I'll explain the closed room trick, the how-done-it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who-done-it. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
Lady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this.
I agree. It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things in red, they'll check to see who's in the room and you'll be cornered.
Probably. Lady Lambadelta is the commander of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit could be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in this closed-off Rokkenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth. Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit, before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements. It's not good at all to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambadelta, are you well aware a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until early morning? Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course.
Objection. In the process of persecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance.
Objection! Vanilla Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of the events.
Well, I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Vieto's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping into the second.
I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So this is a way of telling Rokkenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak of which you could see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia.
Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place.
As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the brown tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
Then I will follow Lady Lambadelta's orders and start from the first crime of the first Twilight. As you know, at 2400 on October 4th, the first day, following the short break from the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
The culprit is Ushidamiya Natsuhi, because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. You cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit, as long as there are other people without alibis. I feel... oh gosh. The claim has been made that Natsuhi was the only one lacking an alibi between 2400 and 1 a.m. This was used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, as long as the following possibilities exist, it is impossible to conclude that this is the case. Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Nanja, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Goda or Kumasawa, who were also in the guest house? Was it possible for Genji Klaus in the mansion? Was the crime possible was also possible for the people in the mansion besides Natsuhi? Is it possible George and the others were actually just playing dead? Is it possible that there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erica was in? Is it possible that the crime was committed before 2400? Is it possible the crime was committed after 3? Is it possible that the crime was committed outside of the time span of 2401? Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed a crime between 2400 and 3? That's a lot of questions. Also, I feel like with it having the claims flash up in like a white background with black text, knowing this game, this might get flashy for anyone who's heckin' who is susceptible to, what's the word? Basically, generally, seizure warning. If you're susceptible to epilepsy, this chapter might be a little oof. You're right, that's a lot of questions. Enjoy the next 5 hours, oh gosh. Just no break, I guess. Maid Cafe, no, that's so simple. Give me a Warhammer, what? Photosensitivity, yes. Yes, if you're photosensitive, this chapter might be a little weird. Or a little bad. I don't know.
True. If Erica's gonna call Natsuhi suspicious so confidently, she's first gonna show that everyone else has an alibi. Right, Bern?
Yes, of course. Erica will explain that perfectly.
The culprit is Yoshinomiya Natsuhi because we will prove that everyone else has an alibi.
Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder from now on and focus on the crime in the guest house. In this case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two?
When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those 2 wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuhi's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erica's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room.
Well, look at my age. Staying up all night would be a heavy burden. Now, so I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes.
Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them could have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder. Nonsense! Why would we do something like that?
That's right. How could I ever kill someone?
We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit. After all, was the crime also possible for Kumasawa or Goda, who were in the guest house? Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis.
I have no fear. I guarantee that neither of those 2 are murderers. First of all, following dinner, Kumasawa-san left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the waiting room and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder.
So, we're finally here! Screw the Sisters of Battle, give me the host club where all the hosters, space marines, and adeptus. What? Willing to make any and all electronic appear? Rocket, you are confusing as always.
I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erica. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much.
Beato glanced at where Delanor sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Delanor just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes. Repeat it. We have absolute proof that Goda and Kuma-san's alibis.
We refuse. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer.
Aha! Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof?
Good point. What do you say, Bern? Erica? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis?
Fall back, Erica. My opponent is Delanor over there. A mere
well, no, wait, this is probably me. I don't know who's talking. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch.
No. There's no need for Delanor to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you'd like. I'm ready for it, okay?
Fucking, you're about to get a feast. Oh. In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly, yet gracefully, and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin room to commit a murder at any time. Unless you can deny that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as a culprit. Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun. A human like Erika can't use any red. How can she turn this around without calling Delanor? Though Erika cannot use it, her master, Lady Birkenstall, can. We mustn't let our guards down.
Blue truth, valid. What do you do, Byrne? Will you or Delanor step in instead?
It is still not my turn. It is not Lady Birkenstall's turn either. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Fruto Erika will defeat you, Beato. Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll never know. Or we'll know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom.
If you really could do that, it'd be true, totally entertaining. Very well, Erika. Let's see what you've got.
Explaining it in the first person, Kumasawa-san is extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, stand.
Yeah.
Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room?
No, I was sound asleep until morning. I really was.
The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Eva-san, and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself.
And what exactly is that? You don't mean...
That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame.
Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room?
Erika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that. After all, it was an unsettling night and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost.
Erika held a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi.
Kumasawa has an alibi. Okay, oh gosh. Okay, so that has been answered. So it couldn't have been Kumasawa. I mean, unless it's gonna come back, I don't know. So Beato is the phantom in a manner. Yeah.
Good. A wonderful alibi. Not a single gap. Kumasawa's returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning.
The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Birkenstall and became the red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, in this instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Then what about Goda?
Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. At this moment, the seal was still in place. So from that time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was on the second floor, so I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor.
Without tape, the truth cannot be seen, right?
All you need is a little bit of scotch tape to get the answer.
Remember, you're more likely to get murdered by a family member if you get pregnant or win the lottery and they just won the mega millions. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Erica's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m., and Erica has proven his alibi from then until 3 a.m., since she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And Erica has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning.
Goda has an alibi.
Red Truth Ballad. Well done, Erica. The alibi due to your seal on that door has been acknowledged by Byrne and elevated to the status of Red Truth.
Thank you very much, my master.
I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the red truth despite that and surpass humans. So, now you claim to have surpassed humans. It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat.
It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at 2400. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Battler-san went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the three cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san, remained in the guest house. I have already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousin room. I actually joined them for a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at that time. My master, I ask that you repeat this. Yes, I'll respond. At 2400 in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive, and at the second floor cousin room. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that?
No murder occurred before 2400. We guarantee that George's group is dead. Okay, so that gets rid of George and the others actually playing dead. Yeah. Oh, and the before 2400. Yeah. It's possible that it could have happened before 3, though. Or... Yeah, that would make sense for it to happen.
Thanks for repeating that, my master. If you hadn't made things clear, you might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead at all.
Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa-san's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been showed in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erica's alibis.
Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before 2400.
To go even further, at 2400, Natsuhi, Klaus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive.
We confirm that those thought to be inside the mansion at 2400 were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum. It has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1, excluding Natsuhi.
This isn't something Erica observed, but we can't move the game forward without seeing it. Very well, I'll acknowledge that red truth.
Thank you very much for that red truth, my master.
Since Erica had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story, that someone had snuck out into the dining hall and that they might have had committed a murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back. Damn it. Very troublesome. To think we would put it on such a disgrace. Or we'd be put to such disgrace. This is almost the exact opposite of Ichi's fight with Battler. In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the game master. Beato, who fought against me, was the game master, so she knew all of the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beato isn't the game master, she's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Though Erica may seem to be in the same position I was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Birkenstell. Even though she isn't the game master, she's capable of elevating Erica's statements to become the red truth. Because of this, Erica could use the red truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the game master. Love the music in this visual novel, right? It's so good. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet, the detective, Erica, can use the red truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. Also, after I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands when she used the red. But in the beginning, she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Birkenstell is different. She fully understands the rules of this game and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beato went easy on me so that way we could fight on par with each other. This has become quite an amusing fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Battler once stood in. Beato. In the past, I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes, let's switch to a different approach. Next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house. Nanjo was in the lounge with Erica. However, I believe that time periods before and after that have been left open. That's right, I'll strike there. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erica and Goda, correct? Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house? Yes, I was with Erica-san the whole time. And during what time was this? From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 to 3. Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeat it, my master. I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Erica, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beato had told her to, she responded to Erica's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsuhi had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch was also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of their existence as pain. Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime, too. That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erica from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? What about that, Erica? Yes. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in the room until 2400, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
That's right. At 2400, I met Erica-san after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I'd found a kindred spirit.
When I went into the library to solve the epitaph's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there, so I wanted to discuss them with the actual book set in hand. We moved to the library and we were talking the whole time, constantly, until we moved to the lounge.
Cramped though it was, that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erica or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erica checked the seal again and, of course, reset it. Damn her. At this point, she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave. She alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
I see. So, from 2400 until 3 a.m., when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time? That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that's it exactly. My master, repeat it.
I'll respond. After 2400, Erica was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m.
At 2400, the crime in the cousin room still hadn't occurred, so this way an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge.
After all, we walked out of the library and into the hall at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about that. I figured it was possibly a servant's responsibility to welcome in the guest.
Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erica, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge, up until 3 a.m., had already been proclaimed in red, so there were no problems there.
Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler's son returned and the people of the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Battler's son, and I went to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, I am large. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And I went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as the butler's son's scream, and I checked to see if the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 a.m. and after 3 a.m.
Nanjo has an alibi.
Welcome back, Rocket.
Okay, so that clears out Nanjo being the culprit. Are they gonna frame Battler? Yes, big head mode enabled. You know what else is enabled with big head mode? Gun! There it is! Took a while to show up.
Splendid, Erica. Both your seal and the red truth are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erica until 3 a.m. And he didn't leave this room until after 3 a.m. until the morning.
Gun! Erica made use of the seals on the doors, and was granted red truths from Birkenstell one after another. For me, demanding that Beato repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erica. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants.
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems?
I do have a problem, and that problem is... I have a gun! Okay, I need to calm down about that. Beato racked her brain to find some point to latch onto, but Erica's hand had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point that she could take issue with.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Lunar. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erica on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking.
Beato's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problem at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven.
Wait a sec, Erica. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Ushinomiya Battler should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past that part while ignoring me. Huh? Oh gosh. The problem is, how is this involved? Right? What does this have to do with anything? Answer me! At that time, the arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned. Ow, damn it. Yeah, I understand, Battler, and my apologies. Forgive me. Erica, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who is sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else? Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house?
Beato's right. You can't go skipping Battler like that.
My apologies. I had completely forgotten.
After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went up to the second floor with him, and I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at 2400, but I don't think you were there after 3 a.m. Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. I haven't had water since the start of the stream, and it'd probably be a good idea to have water, because I don't know when there will be a chapter transition. What did I come back to? You came back to gun. Oh no. Okay. That was all my water sips. Who? What? What? What are you doing? Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Oh gosh, that's a lot of text. Well, if you say you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, then I'd accept it, right? Let's see. There was a strange case. Was one person's death was labeled as both self-determination and a murder. A man that was cut off by his parents tried tricking his father to kill his mother by loading a gunshot, but the plan was taking too long. Jumped from the 9th floor in his parents' apartment, and the 8th floor he was shot because his father. I feel like I've heard about that. That sounds vaguely familiar. Right, that's 5 whole water bottles. 5 whole gulps.
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that?
What? I was joking.
I, Bruno Erica, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. and that he went straight to bed afterwards and that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation in the room I was in, and let out a scream. Nothing happened in this room. So you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who's entered the murder scene without realizing that it was one and slept until morning.
That's insane. It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with all those seals you love so much. How can you prove this? That's ridiculous. At that time, I entered the room alone. Erica probably went into her room too. How can you say something like that as though you saw the whole thing? She never said she saw it. The room Erica was assigned to. Where was it located? Oh, was it like right next to the cousin room? Like with the neighboring wall for Battler's bed, probably? How much water do you have left? A good amount, I would say. More than half. Right, because I get it red. Repeat it. I watch Battler sleep.
Erica, please tell me, how can you prove so much about Battler? I expect no less from a true detective. My room was right next to the cousin room. There was only a single thin wall between them.
You don't mean you put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin room?
Yes. My ears are perfect. Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened. You said that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean...
Oh gosh. Oh gosh, Rocket, no! Rocket, cease! Cease, Rocket! Stop! Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be in pain by the time break time happens.
Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink. Aren't you proud of me, Master?
God, she's having a moment. Look. Just drowns upstream. I just might have to mute a few more times to burp. Because for some reason my water bottle does that to me and I don't know why. Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear up against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, gosh dang it, Rocket, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Okay, it better just be the one we want. Okay. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room. Not all this water! It didn't even say who redeemed that. What the heck? Like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Birkenstell alone was grinning in triumph.
Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be the key player. Pardon me. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight.
Yes. So, just as my master told me to, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
Oh my gosh. Right. I swear, I didn't want to put a limit on hydrate. Don't be the reason that I have to, Rocket.
Checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
Oh, now Sound Alerts tells us.
Erica has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erica's ears, either to kill George and the others or to make those wounds on their throat.
It was impossible for Battler to commit the crime. Okay, so now we just have to...
No way!
Right?
I can't believe this!
Who could it have been?
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Uchinomiya Battler returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room. In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. Yaha!
The red from the pair forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m., and since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as 2400, the time period of the crime automatically became between 2400 and 3. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 a.m. That makes sense. That much makes sense. And the reason why the cooldown, but I think you're out of water. I think you're out of water, do you say? Yeah. That one hurts a lot. After 2400, Erica was in the guest room the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others, but now all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between 2400 and 3, and she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m., and we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. People who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before 2400. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3. In other words, there was no way that the murders were to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3. It is possible that someone in the mansion committed, or is it possible that someone in the mansion committed it between 2400 and 3? In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. Still, this is getting pretty difficult. Until 3, Erica was in the lounge, and you have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's practically like a manager for the guest house's second floor. This tactic may be a bit overused, but it was possible for someone to go up to the second floor without Erica noticing. We should be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's possibly possible for a human to climb up to a second-story window if they really wanted to. Could there possibly be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erica was in? Of course, Beato also thought of striking back that way, and Birkenstall must have thought of this as well. Battler, Nanjal, Gora, Kumasawa, we realized that the crime was impossible for those people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I have already said, as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house, and to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through the second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it.
Simple. I had my ear to all of the walls at all times.
And on top of that, they have to protect Beatrice's identity, right? They have to really walk on eggshells for this trial. Beato finally struck back. Before now, she'd let Erica take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one.
Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. First, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's possible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under cover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master, repeat it, I am invisible. It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Although, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from the inside of the building. Good, my master. So, next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees that can probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be ruled out as impossible, but I can't let you do that.
Oh, you won't let me? And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window.
That's true. I can't prevent all the methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry from the second floor.
Prevent entry? I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she could be so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside of the second floor. The locks? Not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once. After I witnessed the location to the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. I put tape on every single window.
Don't tell me. You use that seal of yours on all the windows of the guest house? In that weather? Just like that?
Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
You're insane. At a house where you were welcomed as a guest, you did something like that in the middle of the rain even though nothing had happened yet?
For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece.
In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Although, after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin room all night long, without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling all over the outside guest house wall during a storm. She wild. What do you think of this Ushinomiya family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest?
To a detective, the Ushinomiya family is nothing more or less than a stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die whenever we spend the night. Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erica wasn't the first one to reach the cousin room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the red truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis. My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders. Well done, Erica. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Does this prove that Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis?
Oh, they were roommates? Gosh, there's no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. I mean, yeah, because of the seals. Heck. This feels like an episode of Murder, She Wrote. Heck. There's just so much going on.
Yeah, I acknowledge it. Erica, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it all without Erica, who was in the lounge, knowing about it.
Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between 2400, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m. when our party in the lounge started. I've already said it, but 2400, I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective.
After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals and to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening? Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap, to make it clear to all that only Natsuhi didn't have an alibi between 2400 and 1 a.m.
In other words, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between 2400 and 1.
Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit that description. It's only possible the crime could have occurred between 2400 and 1. When did Rosa come in? Because I feel like that's an important piece, considering that Rosa was also dead in the room. So the culprit would have had to be there by that time and would have had to have left before Battler showed up. Because I'm assuming, like, they wouldn't have had to leave after Battler showed up, because then Erica would have heard. The logic is crumbling, right? No, but really, this feels like a D&D game based off Clue on Hades' shoulder. Yeah, just a little bit. It shouldn't have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night. But because of the alibis Erica had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between 2400 and 1. Erica left the cousin room at 2400. That marks the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. Although, to be fair, they could bring up that, like, Battler, like, he didn't turn on the lights. So, like, there could have been a shadow, like, hiding in the corner while he would just plop into bed, because he just hit the pillow and passed out. So, that could be an important thing. And after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method. Damn her. For a mere human. It's quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate, won't be any suspect pieces left. Damn it, Lady Birkenstell. Nicely done.
Unlike Battler, I am not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hand.
Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in this mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between 2400 and 1. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with 2400. At this time, Natsuhi, Klaus, and Genji were on the second floor corridor, and all of the others are on the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's red. Yes, that's right. At 2400, Natsuhi, Klaus, and Genji were in the corridor of the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know,
There was a mysterious knock, and a letter of the one-winged seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding that continued until 1 a.m. I will say it in the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m.
Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1. Huh. Since the possible times for the crime had been limited to between 2400 and 1, the adults in the family conference, who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between 2400 and 1, all had proven alibis. And how do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of her favorite seals on the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof.
The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to prove evidence, proof, or a room for counter-argument. You made that room.
I haven't figured out a good laughing voice for her yet, as you can probably tell. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall. It also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were these 3, Natsuhi, Klaus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Klaus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, so you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and then was killed himself. And furthermore, though he was in the second floor corridor at 2400, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated.
Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion? Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the...
I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis, got it?
My best evil laugh. I mean, maybe if you do the voice acting, thingy. Give me some gems and maybe I'll do it.
Then, at 4 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, and Ushinomiya Eva-san, please rise.
Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night.
She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion.
During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji-san's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, if it wasn't broken, it would mean no one else entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning. The murder of Genji is also limited to the span between 2400 and 1. Okay, best evil laugh. It's gonna be very similar to the Beatrice laugh.
Was that good enough? Was that good? Now, Cannon-san and Kumasawa-san, please rise.
Cannon rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct?
Yes, I thought it was some kind of prank.
I didn't think too deeply about it at the time.
I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room?
Yes.
With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Cannon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's waiting room, and that seal was broken by Cannon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. This will be a pain, so I'll add some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first 2 to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the waiting room and sealed it.
Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time.
3 out of 10, you have the spirit, but with some practice you can do it. Okay. I think probably I just needed like a little bit more like the low tone maybe. I guess it was crazy, not evil. I don't know. More yandere. So, I guess,
Oh. This is all the information I've gathered from the people you involved. This isn't a red truth without a basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation, such as collecting fingerprints, were used here. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all kinds of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to the red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details.
As Erica swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Birkenstell. I'm back. Well, I was never gone. I am here now.
Yay! How are you doing, Mel? Have you been lurking, or did you totally not show up just now? But yes, how are you doing?
She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder, component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe, and various chemical reactions from the clinging rainwater. Erica just walked into someone else's study several times and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority. You act like you own the place. From now on, I will tell everyone I meet. If someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest.
That's probably a good idea.
Giving shelter to detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
Totally just not show up now. Also got
Nice. You get to start playing Yakuza. I hope you have fun with it.
Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and committed the crime between 2400 and 1 a.m. And furthermore, by Erica's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room.
It had already been made clear in red that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room, and because of Erica's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after 2400. Because of this, it had been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi! What did you miss? Okay, we finished up the closed room scene from last time. Hideyoshi died, and now we're in court.
Now, only Klaus and Natsuhi remain. Everyone else has had their alibis proven, haven't they?
Impossible. Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish, and that's an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate.
Uchinomiya Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband.
Fool! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband?
Bieto, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Or wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Klaus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you?
Was the crime also possible for Klaus, who was in the mansion? Bieto realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Bieto should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erica's in several ways, using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Birkenstell and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Bieto no longer had any room to argue. Oh, I forgot to say this earlier, but my new computer's coming in on Friday. Noise!
So does that mean that you can stream more?
I don't remember like whether or not you mentioned any computer issues recently, but I don't know. My brain is full of just reading. Also, we're doing Natsuhi's trial. I'm glad I'm not missing this. Yee. It's like those witches are distorting things so that they match the plotline Erika's drawn up.
That's right. If the game master, Lady Lambadelta, accepts the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. That happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth.
There's no way Uncle Klaus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
You suspect Natsuhi and Klaus, Batla-san?
Well,
Erika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it has still been acknowledged as red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on lies. This means that even Erika's truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsuhi and Klaus being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which of those two truths will you believe? It is up to you to decide.
No. I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Klaus. I believe they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it.
On this game board, where the red is steadily cornering Natsuhi, how do you intend to let her escape?
I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. And Natsuhi was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erika's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely, so whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the true culprit. Erika has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, but even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one person who trusts Aunt Natsuhi. If everyone believes her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine, all alone, taunted by liars? No, my computer issues limited what I could play without killing my PC and what I could do with my model. I never stopped from streaming too much. It's just, oh, okay, understandable. Because I was like, I don't remember you saying that there was any issues, so maybe it was just a thing of, like, just an upgrade.
But that's good that you got an upgrade.
I don't like it. If no one else will believe in Aunt Natsuhi, then I will. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit.
Byato is doing all that she can to plead Natsuhi's case, right?
Wrong. Byato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Byato always cornered me in the past. She isn't going to beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambadelta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's.
Can anyone create a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit, without violating the red truth that Lady Birkenstall has shown?
I don't know, but as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi's the culprit, there's gotta be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch. It's better than having Natsuhi be framed by an innocent truth. Or an incorrect truth, I think is what it was.
So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct?
Yeah! For all things, there should be always some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. How can you be so sure that nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? If there's some reason that is there some reason you don't have to believe it? Or that you have to believe it, rather? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes, you can deny neither the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. You know, there's all the space bunnies in Kaguya there. Kaguya the Neat. Comes stock with a 3060 graphics card, 500 gigs of storage, and 36 RAM. Nice. I don't even know how much RAM I have. I know I upgraded at one point, but I do not remember. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe that there is a civilization on the backside of the moon, but that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at, so I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon, and I threw away that belief. If someone tells me that gullible is written on the ceiling, even if everyone else refuses to believe it, I will! Right. That makes so much sense for Battler. It fits really well. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon, so I believed that for a long, long time, but when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth even without trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned that truth I believed in. Tapioca pudding. Eh? And now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? Is that what you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent despite the lack of proof? No one else would believe, then I will! I believe the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief. Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give this single bit of power to you, now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense. Power? By the name of the finite witch Virgilia. No. As the former witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth. Ushinomiya Natsuhi is not the culprit.
Ooh. A plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Klaus is the culprit, Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Klaus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit.
What do you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi is in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon this Ushinomiya family honor thing, Ren will be kind enough to let you get off with a draw, okay?
Klaus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Birkenstock claims that Klaus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Klaus culprit theory and the witch theory can be in almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For Beato, to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage. I'm going to install more RAM in a USB expansion card so it has more utility. Noise.
I wish you the best.
I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprit. My husband is the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship, the only person who will inherit the glory of the Ushinomiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Klaus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hanfel's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And if I'm the only one left, what then? I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies. With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Birkenstall had intended.
Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is specified as the culprit, Lambada will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish bragging drag you down into the depths of hell?
Objection!
Rishi, you fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsuhi and try to work out a compromise.
Both Lady Lambadelta and Lady Birkenstock have boredom, not you. as their true enemy. They probably want to see this game repeat and play more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right? Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one. But that doesn't apply to you, milady. I believe you know that what Lady Birkenstell plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Birkenstell's deal might be our one and only good option right now.
Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies. My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong, and I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon it yourself does it disappear!
Is that your answer, Vito?
Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushinomiya Klaus is not the culprit. Ushinomiya Klaus is not the culprit.
Fool. I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Birkenstell, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushinomiya Klaus is not the culprit, and he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone. Got it? Get it?
No. Dear. Birkenstell's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was truly merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Klaus was alive or dead. But she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushinomiya family. No. Even after all of this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushinomiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all that she could to protect that honor. With this final bit of strength,
It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1 a.m. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi. Too bad, so sad.
everyone in the mansion besides Natsuhi has an alibi. Was the crime possible for the people in the mansion besides Natsuhi? Oh no, the teeth! Oh no!
Well done, Erica and Birkenstell. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Uchinamiya Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At 2400, on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Uchinamiya Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Rosa, Maria, and Genji one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Let me tack something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Klaus.
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Klaus. of revision to the verdict. Pardon me. During the hour before 1 a.m., Klaus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between 2400 and 1. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushinomiya Natsuhi. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice Endless Witch, this court of illusions hereby denies your existence! You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi? If you can do it, Natsuhi will stop being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
It's really fun to watch now. I know how it was done to see the one hole that collapses the entire pile of logic and truth. Right? Just download more RAM, it's fine. If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence, no matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her. I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is known only by the master of the night of this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushinomiya family. My determination will not bend, no matter how much you try to humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot. The Ushinomiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal. Get free Wi-Fi anywhere you go. Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambadelta's face. Erica had constructed a truth that Lambadelta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erica's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true.
Sheesh, stop howling already. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open.
What do you mean? Stop it, Lady Birkenstown. Hasn't it already been overwritten with the truth you wished for? That truth and Natsuhi should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please.
Natsuhi, when did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions, weren't they? You know, the real Kinzo, not once in his entire life did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart, and not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest.
Savage. Absolutely heartless, decimated. When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up. Natsuhi, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Natsuhi!
Just shut up and disappear, you miserable delusion of Natsuhi's.
Oh my gosh. You cannot erase me. You cannot erase my soul. Not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsuhi's heart.
That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kinzo wouldn't say that. Disappear. You, the illusion of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by Natsuhi to suit her own purposes.
A bright red flash of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Wow. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once considered allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Because of course, Kinzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinzo that appeared in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kinzo who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor was a phantom created by Natsuhi.
Pitiful woman, you will now face the truth that you never gained Ushirimiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived.
Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushirimiya family to you, right? No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions that didn't sound like crying at all because I'm not good at these crying sounds. And it sounded throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushirimiya, as the wife of the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been thrown or torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushirimiya. Those difficult days, those painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. The very few happy days among these, all of those flittered through her mind one after another and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Birkenstell's red truth, smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth.
That is all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Shruda Erika. What do you think, everyone?
Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a bit later, Birkenstell also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless wax figure, like the audience, followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Is this a good spot to take a little break? Maybe not. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And, with one exception, it has been shown that none of them had committed murder, and the culprit is among these people. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't. In a panic and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. This one is called This Color. This is a really... So many of the tracks in this OST are great. I wish Spotify had like the whole OST. Because it only has like a small category and it's like, man, I want this in my gaming playlist. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said it one more time.
You're the culprit. Ushidamiya Natsuhi-san.
Red-faced and tear-streaked, Ava walked up to Natsuhi, grabbed her by the collar. Then wordlessly, she slapped Natsuhi's cheek. Natsuhi, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of iron which she was feeling for the first time. It turned into a scuffle between Ava and Natsuhi. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Ava planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over. Give it back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer! You're one to talk in another fragment. Sobbing, Ava kicked Natsuhi, who had fallen to the ground, over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Ava kicked Natsuhi, and kicked her. Then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup and a can of black tea, whose tea leaves fell out all over her. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up. Her cheek slapped so many times that it started to swell. No, your stream is buffering! Oh no! Oh no, I did have a moment of dropped frames, but it was only like a few. Not even a 1%, so... Oh, hopefully it gets better! I like a lot of the fact he cries in Australia. Ah! Oh, so it's... later in the day for you. I was like thinking like, what? I know it's like... I think it's like Thursday over there, right? Or wait, no, it's early morning, right? I don't know. Back got disconnected? No! So... Maybe I just dropped 160 frames in like 1 second. 10 a.m. So very, very early. Well, relatively early. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Ava kicking them too. It was because they thought it was an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. Oh, it's on my end. Okay. Well, it also happened to Mal, so I was curious. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth, Erica claimed. Just want to listen to the stream and the OST, right? So it became a proper truth, and Natsuhi was designated as the proper criminal. She had already lost the husband and daughter who might have tried to protect her. Give me a second. Sorry, my throat got really scratchy there. She already lost the husband and daughter who might have tried to protect her, and even Kinso, who would have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her. So she was now the true culprit. Ava's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hadn't abated. Erica patted her shoulder and made Ava take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate Natsuhi, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
Natsuhi-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The who done it, and the how done it. The final riddle, the why done it, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please, follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess.
The why done it refers to the motive.
If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess the crime, and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
I am not the culprit! Someone believe me! I just had my husband taken hostage, was threatened, and fell into a trap! Natsuhi, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone, but no one met her gaze, because it had already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi and had woven it that way, none of the pieces would pay any heed to the culprit's words. I'd say my favorite track would be World End Dominator. No, why is your internet bullying you, Mal? Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. I am the one who commands Rokenjima's night and who has reigned since long before the time you were all still scared of the dark. Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi? Acknowledge me. I committed all the crimes. There's no way a human is the culprit! The illusion of the witch had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided.
No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch, born when Kinzo shared his illusion with his relatives. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, great Lady Lambadelta, now is the time for you to bury the ridiculous and foolish illusions that this witch claims is the truth.
Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch expecting that you'd either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom. And you've answered to my expectations. The second one, that is.
I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambadelta doesn't acknowledge it, I am a witch.
Oh, sure, but you wouldn't even be capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Yep, this is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the losers in your game again?
Beato has already shown that clearly in a previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the goat's dinner party and being chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting ending for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you.
Favorite is Executioner and Liberator, which haven't shown up yet. I don't know if I can pick a favorite yet. I do have some good contenders, but I don't remember what the titles are. She's not even a real person, and I am giant in Crocs. Oh gosh. One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadows of the pillar and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuhi, who was seated in the center. But the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view, up on the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats. Or was it goats or bad? Yeah. That's right. The contract has been like this since the beginning.
Yep. Our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats.
Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly.
Let me hear some nice screams. You're the wine I've been fermenting all this time.
And perhaps refusing your request will be my final strike back at you.
Yeah, I made her say it. The best screams always come from a girl who's just said some tired line like that. Fall, Beatrice!
It's weird having her go loud. The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while while devouring her flesh. Don't scream, make her bathe in her laughter, right? As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic, much to Birkenstell's amusement. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to enter into that gateway, so they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human yelling in her death throes. Oh. Then the sea of goats parted. Dilanor leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. I feel like you probably could have done this a little bit earlier, but oh well. The goats were surprised by Dilanor's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing.
What's this supposed to be? Dilanor, Inquisitor of Heresy?
My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this ruling. His name is Ushidamiya Battler.
All of the goats stared at Battler.
What is unsatisfactory about this court's ruling? Do you oppose any new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial?
Okay. I know we're still in the middle of the action, but like I really need to take a break. I need to what is it that like corporate VTubers say? have an idle meeting? But yeah, I don't know when the next transition between chapters is gonna be, so we're just gonna take a break like real quick. Because we have is the 550 tons of water flowing through your veins? It is. Of course you'd object to a false execution. Okay, but yes, oh. Okay, I'm gonna save and we're gonna take like a quick 10-minute break. Because just in case anybody else needs to do break things. Oh, this is one of the good songs, but we'll come back to it. But yes, it will be a 10-minute break, so everybody get a snack, use the bathroom, stretch, do whatever you need to do in 10 minutes, and we'll be back. So that way Battler can beat up these witches with words. Okay. What? I was supposed to walk into a wall? I see. Get in. Get in, loser. We're going shopping. We're a big shot now. Big, where am I? Big help. Big, where did we go? Where did you throw the boulder I just grabbed? Big, why do you need invincibility? Big. I don't know what's going on. There's bones here, that's all. Come on, Captain. I have my arms crossed for you. So that way we can have maximum pushage. Pushage. That wasn't sus at all, don't say anything. What are these chows? Do I eat them? What is this melody? Initiating self-destruct mode.
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Come on, Froggy. Froggy. That is not followers of you. Let me see. Can I? There we go. I'm just gonna. Oh. I was hoping we could fish there, but understandable. Froggy. No, wrong way. Froggy. Please. I implore you. Froggy. No, you're not Froggy! For your journey to your final goal, though, nuggets will die. Yeah, okay. Then what do you mean by be careful? Fear.
Smack your butt.
No smack.
Spanking.
No. Wee. Please let me not get stuck over here. Not on me, don't go. Oh no, I'm being squished. I need to find a bee. I'm not here for my family, I'm here for the bees. Oh. Sorry, I thought I heard some buzzing. We'll do Ursa Major, I suppose, first. It got away. To tell you the truth, we were also making a constellation. Ursa Major, to be exact. A parent that leaves all the work to the child that looks bad. Deadbeat, yes? You would know. Congratulations! My most popular thing was hard-boiled life boy that are deviled eggs. Oh, you don't need to see that one. Into the room with the blue lever and switch that again. Ah! What? That stuck to my face for a second. Oh my gosh. Can I clip that? Oh no. How could you have done this? I can't. He's like, if I don't move, I'll win. Oh no, I can't believe I softlocked the minigame! Oh no! No! Iki. Iki. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, Iki! Oh no. Oh no, I this is actually stuck. I have actually soft locked the hockey game. Oh no. Well, I guess that means we have to end the stream. Okay. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused to death.
I don't want that.
Oh, she cries again. Anteva spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. What is this? Dr. Nancho, could you come here for a second? Oh, what is it? I've heard about the eerie magic circles written on the doors, like the one in the parlor, from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled in the deep red paint, reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since... There they go. I said, you can have an orange. Said you can have an orange.
Would you like me to say that I'm proud of you, Rocket? Is that what you would like? Do we want to have the other in this voice? I will attempt. Anna. Wait, I can do that better. Anna.
door shyly tut. Tightly shut.
Coming your way.
Oh. The things I do for figments.
I am watching you.
Okay. My place was over here, right? Oh jeez, I'm so embarrassed. Oh, where was this? Was my island, right? Oh no, this wasn't my island. Well, time to crash into the water. Let's just quit and go back. That should be fine, right? Okay, we got it this time. Okay. Yeah, Sans over here is just like hydrate all of the times. I know. I'm not gonna zoom it. There we go. There.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But how? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
And we're back. Sorry, I was about to transition back, and it's like, wait, I forgot to do something.
But we are back now. Hopefully we can at least finish this chapter before the end of stream. But we shall see.
Do you possess any new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial?
I get it. Dillonor is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd be all over. And now I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand how, I am unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erica's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what that truth is. I mean, you were given the red truth, you just need to figure out how to use it.
There is nothing that is not healed with time. And there is no truth that cannot be searched if you spend enough time searching. However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, a truth that cannot be reached within that time limit cannot become the truth.
Yeah, I know that. By now, everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. Aunt Ava's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, the time remaining to expose the truth is very short. It's already 2400 at the game's end. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Vieto, and faced Eleanor. I have no plan, and I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. Dillonor be like, des. Die the death. Sentence the des. The great equalizer is the des. The red used by Erica's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating the red. Would that have been a better way of them translating what she's saying? Because I'm like I checked in the original and I definitely saw that it was like this at the end of the stuff. And so it just felt weird. It's just like it just capitalizes the last word, so just wait, there'll be plenty of time. It's a visual novel. True.
Very good. Why the uncertain face? How pathetic.
Damn it. A battler. I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all. That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites what comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere.
Now this is a splendid scenario, Deleanor. It wouldn't be interesting unless a knight appears before the princess's execution. And there's nothing better than watching heads roll before your very eyes. Erase the old piece and the unneeded player all in one go. As you wish. Glory to the great Lady Birkenstell. I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Deleanor A. Knox. Step forward, you shouldn't be a battler.
Damn it, I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show you! The only reason Erica's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red true. Just sticking paper in the door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty.
Begin, battler. Ready to let those goats turn you into the pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice?
Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into the pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful sack of meat? Then we will wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce.
No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup.
Damn it! Can't we doubt the reliability of those seals of Erica's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Deleanor's chest. However, Deleanor's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest.
I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous.
Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Did you think this was paper, Battler-san?
Erica once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper.
This is packing tape. Its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced, in 3 places: across the tear point, across the edge between the door and the tape, and across the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach too. Permission to unsheathe the red key.
Granted.
Shoots an Emporium Inquisitor. Wait, what do you mean we need to run?
Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erica's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible.
I'll acknowledge Erica's seals. However, Aunt Ava's seal on Genji-san's room should be different. I'm really glad that I added a limiter to the volume for this.
Ava's seal was of the same type as Miss Erica's. That is because this method of sealing is the one that Miss Erica and Ava conceived of together after dinner.
Erica said something about a scientific investigation and fished through the chemicals in Grandfather's room, right? There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the packing tape without leaving fingernail marks. Please, allow me to speak. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks.
Please allow me to speak. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it. Yes, gladly. All of Erica and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off.
Damn it. Damn you, using packing tape that leaves marks all over the place! Delanor isn't my only enemy. There is also her subordinates Gertrude and Cornelia, and also Erica and her master Birkenstell, and even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. They're either an enemy or a wax statue. Music change? That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing.
Were the seals all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you've got.
Battler did have weight to his work solvent.
Oh! Thank you for the follow, Capybara. How are you doing?
But his weight, did have weight to his work solvent. Can't remove tape without a mark. Yeah, that's true. If only I knew the truth that could prove Aunt Natsuhi's innocence. If only I could make a theory that weaves its way through Erica's red. Damn it, I don't know anything.
Do you have any chance of winning?
I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? I've already lost.
I am prepared for my fate.
I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep it a promise.
Liar.
I'll never trust your promises again.
Huh?
When did I ever make a promise to you, and what was the lie? Hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. Kill us! Birkenstell and Lambda Delta! Man, that's so sad. Her, like, laughing instead of crying out in pain. Beato let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely, like a broken record.
Is it over? Pitiful.
I truly am disappointed, Ushinomiya Battler.
Just crying, laughing through the pain. Kill me, Telenor! Slice me in half with that red longsword of yours! Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead to someone on the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erica claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all the possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erica was able to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it.
Noxus Third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As the detective, Miss Erica sealed all of the entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erica cannot find.
I present the possibility that Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erica spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second? It might be possible for someone to have passed through the lounge during the small gap without at least Erica seeing them. Please, allow me to speak. Lady Erica's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second, but like she was reading books.
It could have been when she was reading the books.
That's the biggest gap of time.
Please, allow me to speak. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor.
really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa, or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with somebody hiding inside it. Okay, that's kind of silly. The first half, sure. The second half, what?
Nox's 10th. It is forbidden for the character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised themselves as Rosa. Furthermore, Erica has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in.
Aunt Natsuki was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be so sure we're the only ones in this island? The true culprit is somewhere else. It's someone else.
Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
Do you hear that, Zero Escape? You can't have a blind, deaf, mute old man that in a wheelchair show up out of nowhere. Don't know if I smuggled a friend in and out of school before. What? Oh. For like sneaking someone in while you were coming in. That's right, that's right. Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder. With a strange drug that can make a cut appear in someone's neck when they die. That type of murder has had delayed effects, so even with an alibi.
Nox is fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used.
There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin room in Genji-san's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered, and common battler Alan, right?
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
No, he stuffed him in his suitcase. Oh my gosh. Anyway, there exists a culprit other than Aunt Natsuki. If you want to deny that, try and repeat it read that none of the appearing characters were the culprit.
Nox is sixth. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as the detective technique.
You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuki has an alibi? You're forgetting one person. Who's gonna prove that Erica herself has an alibi?
Nox is seventh. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuki is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities, like if a piece of evidence X that Erica hasn't discovered proves Aunt Natsuki's innocence?
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsuki. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truths.
Nox is sixth. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard.
Well, I was the culprit, so maybe I gave Dorjaniki and the others a slow-acting poison that makes them die after 2400, and silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erica wouldn't hear.
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Everyone committed suicide, so there's no culprit. He's getting so desperate.
Please allow me to speak. All victims' deaths were homicides.
Erica didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make the mistake when examining corpses.
Please allow me to speak. Know that no examination of the corpses could have been mistaken.
Then maybe they were body double corpses. They were prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims.
Know that no corpses exist except those of characters who appeared in the story.
Then how can you claim that Uncle Klaus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever?
Know that the red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence or proof.
He really is, but bro just wants to protect Natsuki and Beatrice, right? He's trying so hard. He just doesn't have the actual answer. What? Damn it! In the face of those insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Aunt Natsuki is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless. Have you ever read a story where the murderer was one of the cops investigating the murders? I feel like there would have to be something. I feel like that wouldn't be, like, unheard of. But, you know, there's different universes, different rules. Every time I brandished my desperate blue truths, Dillinor and the others' red truths knocked me down to the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender? To the truth where Aunt Natsuki is the culprit? There have been actual crimes like that, yeah, so it's not unheard of. I think it's just, it's rules for the mystery genre, I think. The red truth is getting more and more perfect. Every time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Dillinor smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Beatle, that's enough, Battler. Now the endless torture that torments me so, no, us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths. I don't want to see Beato like this. Her majesty as the ruler of the Golden Land, her enthusiasm as my rival, are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and tragic smile that I can't bear to look at.
Does your truth no longer exist?
No. I have one last thing. Come on, Battler, wriggle your brain and find the truth, right?
And that is a different truth, where Natsuki isn't the culprit.
That's not it. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsuki isn't the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. But even so, maybe at least she'll be saved that way. Why? I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsuki isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness and there might still be room for you to exist.
Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can't show me a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity.
At this point, the game master is Lambda Delta, and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being brandished from this game for all eternity, for losing, or banished, not brandished. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the Depths of Oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of the eternal oblivion and where there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, aren't I? However, Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuki is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsuki to not be the culprit. Come on, Battler, wiggle your brain and find the truth, right? Stimulate those little gray cells. You have to remember you can have red herrings, you know, as a treat, yeah. This game was basically a setup for Lambda and Burn to get rid of Battler and Beatrice so they can play with their pieces as much as they want, right?
It's like, you're getting in the way of our game.
As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understand that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth. Are they talking about us? Probably not. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just do that one thing, I don't need anything else.
Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushirimiya Battler.
Quickly, perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field in which to expose Natsuhi-san's sin.
We, the player, know less than the characters, right? We're just watching. If the characters ask, I'll be like,
These guys really are irritating. Beatrice, Ushirimiya Battler.
But I've gotten tired of this. You are needed in our game.
Do it, Delanor. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now, in your last moments.
It's small, but it's a sparkling red truth. The last trump card Virgilia gave me. Erica, this takes your theory back to square one.
If you can, why not go ahead?
Take this! Ushinomiya Natsuhi is not the culprit! The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. That will make Delanor stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make.
Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
Huh? My red truth was blown away by Delanor's red longsword.
In this court, if anyone other than the witches is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erica's been following this procedure, right?
True, Erica hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had Birkenstell, a witch, repeat her statements.
Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, it isn't reasoning. No, it's no better than a random thought.
In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia?
If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that?
No. It's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit, without any basis or evidence. See? Real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on. Battler.
Come on, Battler. Prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye. Please flip the paper over and show your work. Explain why this is the answer. Answer in a different way than you did on the front of the paper.
Hey, you, the player, the being behind the screen. There's something behind you. What? Then, goodbye. Sorry, Beato. Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a blood-stained tale, but it was fun.
The trial is now finished. Finish, deny the death!
Imagine if it just, like, gives us the credits. With that, the trial for the 5th game ended. The detective, Furuta Erika, accused the culprit, Ushinomiya Natsuhi. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is whodunit. Who is the culprit? As previously stated, it is Ushinomiya Natsuhi. The second is howdunit. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between 2400 on October 4th, 1986, and 1 the next day, Ushinomiya Natsuhi went to the cousin room on the 2nd floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the 1st floor of the mansion. There, she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, and for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all the characters except Natsuhi. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Delanor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he still stood. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler, with the red longsword sticking through him, and Delanor.
Rest in peace, Ushiromiya, Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this.
Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. Delanor stared in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow that let in from the cathedral's skylight. How do you wield a weapon longer than you? I don't know. Ask Cloudstrife. Ask most anime characters. Have you heard of a spear? That true. Or that too. And then, there's a third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle. The why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when it's all said and done. However, Furuda Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Most spears are only 5 feet long. I mean, if you're shorter than 5 feet, that'll work. Natsuhi was being confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gazes. Then Erika made use of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even Natsuhi's room, for clues about her motive.
Well now, that we have all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san to commit those terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furuda Erika, have discovered the general outline to explain this. I would like to announce it now.
Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuhi's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table.
First, these are past diaries that we discovered in Natsuhi-san's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushiromiya family.
If you're shorter than 5 feet, you can fit a shorter spear. Nah, get the long spear out. Anime characters have weapons longer than me.
Most of them are locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them.
I mean, like, Rocket, you've seen Gurren Lagann. If they have mechs larger than, like, a universe, like, people can have weapons larger than them. How barbaric. Reading another person's diary. The thrusting spear also has the advantage of reach, being constantly considered longer than other weapon types. Exact spear lengths are hard to deduce as far as few short spear staffs survive archaeology, but 6 to 8 feet would seem to have been the norm. That makes sense. This tiny gnome has just like a long sword. The sword I want is only... I feel like that's a fair length for a sword. If we're barbaric, what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy.
And this is what I found in these diaries. Natsuhi-san ended up married to Klaus-san due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about that than I do. Natsuhi-san and Klaus-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage.
But that is not true.
It is written on the 24th page of this red diary.
I feel like the fact that it's red is very important. the max add to your total height. My goodness.
I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushinomiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way... Natsuhi-san, right there, you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Kumasawa-san, you have served Natsuhi-san since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at the time?
Yes, that is correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you describe. I think that by now, only Dr. Nanjo and I know of the details regarding Madame's marriage.
Very true. That was during Kinzo-san's golden era when he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsuhi-san's family was one of those enemies. As though the time to talk had suddenly come to hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should have never been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. It has been said that, though Kinzo had many assets and connections, he held a grudge after being looked down upon by his enemies in the elite as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinzo wanted to find Klaus a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Ushinomiya family status. Then, he overcame Natsuhi's family in financial struggle and proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. I give up. The person he picked was Natsuhi. Natsuhi had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsuhi from the very beginning. Reconciliation. Okay, I don't know why I was having so much trouble with that. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, though. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsuhi from the very beginning.
Regarding the aforementioned facts, both Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo's claims just now match with the contents of the diaries. Furthermore, since the time Natsuhi-san first took the name Ushinomiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushinomiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuhi-san? Do you acknowledge this?
Let me mute for a second here. Okay, I'm good now. All of the cold gazes turned to face Natsuhi. Yes, it is true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me. I see. That makes sense. And there are many scenes in your diary showing that Klaus-san knew of your difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Klaus tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsuhi-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt. There's a thing on warming up. Eh? A thing on warming up? Was the dragon? No. I grabbed a little wrist brace because my wrist was hurting earlier. And I was just adjusting it because it was a little loose. But like, I didn't want you guys to hear the Velcro noise. There's a thing called warming up. I'm still confused. Well, wait. Oh, warming up to the relationship, yeah. Because you can be like resentful of it, and it's just like, I see the magic of this person now. I've been with them. Wait, yes, I may have thought that at the beginning. Back when I was still overwhelmed with unease, I couldn't escape his kindness and wrote of my distrust from time to time. But I eventually realized he was sincere and grew to accept his feelings.
Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries.
I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret.
Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despised your husband, and there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim.
Is she gonna say that Natsuhi killed Jessica? Because it's like, well, you killed another son, you killed another child earlier in your life. Oh gosh, did Natsuhi... If Natsuhi wrote down what she did in her diary, she kind of set herself up. Not gonna lie.
And there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim.
I loved my husband.
I can't find any testimonies or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, right?
Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love?
You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. I love you? Who would believe that when spoken with white text? No non-red words can ever be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to gain it. You lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the heart or truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you.
What a pitiful person. I see that you've never truly loved someone.
Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain the motive for murder.
No matter what you say, we loved each other. I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else. But I have devoted my heart to him, even if I can't prove it. That is the truth.
Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you? By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear you hated both your husband and the Yoshinomiya family.
That's right. I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain. Oh, and you've never talked behind Hideyoshi-san's back? Damn it, you killed my husband! How dare you say that? Die and apologize to my husband!
Please cease your violence, Eva-san. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit. This is not yours, okay? Well then, over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life, but in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in your heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge.
Don't act like you know what I'm thinking! Each time Erika read Natsuhi's diaries, one after another, she exposed more of Natsuhi's emotions during those painful days. Natsuhi hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days, locked them up, and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erika claimed that these were Natsuhi's true hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsuhi was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claim. By this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsuhi's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsuhi might object, no one would believe her. Erika, you are unhinged. No one would accept the truth Natsuhi spoke of about the days she had spent loving her husband. That had been painted over by a false truth, in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth has been given to Erika. And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer! Murderer! Stop that. I can understand how Natsuhi-san felt.
I wish that this day would come eventually. Poor thing, poor thing.
I think she's just one of the pitiable victims of Father's wildlife. I knew the pain in Madame's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed, and look what has happened. I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate. You will someday. It can be a reason to live, and also a reason to kill. Is Aunt Natsuhi really the culprit?
Well, now that you mention it, there is just one person besides it, Natsuhi-san, that might be the culprit.
Now you bring that up. What? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something that important sooner?
Natsuhi-san, the truth is, there is one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit.
Huh? Who is it? Who?
Ushiromiya Kinzo-san. Early this morning, Kinzo-san went outside through the window of the third-floor story. And his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Butler-san? Just like Natsuhi-san, Kinzo-san has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place. So I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize.
Anti-producer, right? She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in an unpleasant manner as ever. She had held a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle.
Natsuhi-san, you gained Kinzo-san's trust and are the person who served closest to him, right? So, shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head carried out by Ushinomiya Kinzo-san.
You dare call father a criminal?
Don't worry. I have prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it if Kinzo-san was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself in the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Ever since the late period of the author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age.
I won't let you treat father like culprit.
Natsuhi-san, calm down. Place your hand on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kinzo-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored.
In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsuhi would be saved. However, I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushinomiya family by father. Did you really think that I would defile father's honor, the Ushinomiya family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me? Of course, Natsuhi knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes.
Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinzo-san, then this time it really will be clear that you are the culprit, and that will become the truth, right?
If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I'm sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually, he will prove it. If it came to a choice between her and Kinzo being framed, Natsuhi would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that is her way of protecting the Ushinomiya family's honor. And Natsuhi.
And I even gave you a chance.
Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you. Not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsuhi had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, the tale was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false, this tale will probably be rewritten. However, that future will never come. I think. Truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and says I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily. And so, I think, that I won't live as a good person for all eternity.
If you claim that Kinzo-san was not the culprit, he will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuhi-san.
Erika has probably known for a long time. Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death, but as has been made known by the Red Truth in previous games, Kinzo died a long time ago. And in the 5th game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. I do wonder where it is in this one. Because in the previous ones, they've all been in the incinerator. Have people just not checked in this one, I wonder? If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. If it was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as proof. And that was the confession of the culprit. It would mean having Natsuhi herself acknowledge that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over and would be rewritten as Erika's victory. Battler hung suspended by Delanor's red longsword. Beato had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsuhi and the witches convicting her remained.
So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island?
That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement.
The Red Truth from the previous game says Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Byrne?
Yeah, that's right. I am after a perfect victory. So there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the Red. I want to win by forcing Natsuhi to say she's resigned.
Then why don't you try it? Show us what you got!
My master, let us achieve a perfect victory! Of course. Natsuhi, you say Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct?
Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He's so troublesome sometimes.
Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinzo's location from 2400 into the morning absolutely clear. From 2400 until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room.
Huh? Well, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right. Totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going.
From now on, I'll use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsuhi claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the Red Truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside of the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika?
Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him.
Because of the detective's authority, Erika couldn't find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. Therefore, Birkenstell repeated the truth of Erika's.
Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. Hey, Natsuhi. If Kinzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding?
How could I know? After all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion and dry the rain off.
From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor.
No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in.
I just love teasing pieces like you. Then, let us continue. For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo-san could have been somewhere outside of the mansion. So first off, I performed an extensive search of the 3rd floor where the study is. I'm gonna mute again, so that way you guys don't hear the velcro of the wrist strap.
Like, I either have it too loose or too tight. However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We couldn't find any trace of Dad on the 3rd floor.
So then, where is he, Natsuhi-san?
I don't know. If he isn't on the 3rd floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement.
Ah, yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room. Every part of your suspicious basement is also included in my search.
Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere.
I'll say it again. Where is Kinzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
In that case, he was probably on the 1st floor or the 2nd floor.
I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the 1st floor. And the result?
Nothing. We were unable to find Father. Hello, Bailey. How are you doing? My phone didn't notify me either platforms and you were live. No!
Well, at least you're here for the last half an hour. I'll say it again. Where was Kinzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
Then he was probably hiding on the 2nd floor. How should I know where Father was hiding?
Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinzo-san was hiding?
Madame knows where Kinzo was hiding? That's insane.
That can't be true.
Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was already dead, so they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsuhi.
Kinzo is nowhere outside of the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the 3rd floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the 1st floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is on the 2nd floor.
Hello, nobody. How are you doing?
I should have known. I should have known when I saw the orange of your name that you would scan me. Like we're actually playing the game, I think it's you, Lunar, and I believe Mal. I don't know if anybody else does. How are you? How is game? I am good. Game, we've been on this little section for a really long time. I had to take a break in the middle like I had to stop in the middle of the drama and be like, okay, I need to use the bathroom. We need to go on a break right now. And I'm glad that I did because there wasn't another time.
I accept that red truth. Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies, nobody. Oh no, Nisa!
I mean, like, if you're giving me water, does that kill a kidney or does that help filter it? I don't know.
I accept that red truth. Nazi, Kinzo should be somewhere on the 2nd floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding?
No matter how many times you ask, it will not change the fact that I don't know.
Erika, start from the beginning and go in order, investigating the entire 2nd floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms.
You got so close to a 20, nobody.
Yes, my master. That's Natsuhi-san. That Natsuhi-san's pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this. No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation.
Ooh. Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuhi, and go up to the 2nd floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even 4 rooms that were thought to have nothing at the Gods of luck dislike me. They bullied you. Evil little girl still being evil, yeah. I'm gonna be shocked where Erika is trying to go with all this. Okay. I'm excited. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all.
Still, you still won't tell us where Kinzo-san is hiding.
Stop saying that! How many times do I have to say that? I don't know!
Natsuhi-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo-san at this rate, right?
Huh? Of course. Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth.
In that case, the search will end in the room at the far end of that corridor. In other words, it will still have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that?
He isn't on the 3rd floor, or the 1st floor, or the basement. And he isn't in any of the rooms on the 2nd floor except for the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it had been proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. In other words, this is Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except for the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that the living Kinzo existed in that final room. And that room at the end of the corridor was... Oh.
Which room was at the end of the corridor again? Lambadata was munching on a refill of popcorn.
That's Natsuhi's room, Lady Lambadelta. In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsuhi's room. Do I need to say it in red?
Of course!
Also, would you ever do a recap vid on Umineko when they cry like Umineko in 20 minutes with a small fast travel? Oh gosh. I don't even know if I'd be able to do that. Popcorn sounds good. It does sound good. I actually have a plate of some popcorn next to me.
I'm getting a little hungry. But I'm trying to munch it as quietly as possible. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside of Natsuhi's room.
I hope that was Lambadanza. Let me get some popcorn myself. Yee!
Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside of this room.
Isn't that my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim father is hiding? In a rage, Natsuhi unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Imagine the corpse is just like on her bed. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see father anywhere in here? Look.
I see. It looks like he isn't here. Did he realize we were coming and escape out of the window?
If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There was no living Kinzo outside of the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Birkenstell didn't want to win by cornering Natsuhi with the red truth. She wanted to force Natsuhi to accept her humiliating resignation. Share nummies. Yes. Nom nom nom.
I have not only been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time, I have been looking for signs that Kinzo-san hid somewhere between 2400 in the morning. And no such signs have existed.
In other words, from 2400 until morning, Kinzo was already holed up in the same room. And that was Natsuhi's room.
I get a hydrate and stretch. Okay. The big old stretch. I'm surprised none of my body popped. I definitely haven't stretched for a while. Oh, there you go. Got arm.
Oh, thank you for resubbing.
Lack of 9 pog, lack of 9 pog.
Bugs. But yes, thank you for the resub, nobody.
And 5 months. I guess you did. You were busy in Hawaii for a long time, but yay!
It means checkmate of Red Truth has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's Phantom inside Natsuhi's room. Hey, Natsuhi-san, this means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was?
I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. During the night between 2400 in the morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside of Natsuhi's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could only have existed in Natsuhi's room.
A plea bargain. Hey, Natsuhi. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Yoshinomiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do it, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head.
Father is innocent! I cannot call father a criminal.
She reveals the deal. Okay, Vern, do it. Finish her off.
During the night between 2400 and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinzo to exist except inside your bed.
What? And what do you mean by that?
After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific explanation, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between 2400 and morning. However, your bed is the only exception.
A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsuhi completely forgot to close her open mouth.
Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably around 2300, Kinzo-san escaped from the window of the third floor and stuck into the bed in your room. And, as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed.
Huh. Topic, I got my 4th COVID shot and my life is pain. Oh no! Hopefully you feel better soon.
I'll repeat it. From 2400 until morning, a living Kinzo could only have existed inside Natsuhi's bed. And last night, Natsuhi also slept in that same bed.
Wow, look how close they were. So, you two were so close to each other you slept sharing the same pillow?
Blue, true. Therefore, it is suspected that Ushinomiya Natsuhi and Ushinomiya Kinzo had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long?
How rude! To think that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much. I won't allow you to say such things!
Natsuhi, is the red truth counted as blue truth? Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use. So I'll speak with the red truth in your place. At least, I will if you can show me convincing proof.
They did the boy kids in blue. Oh no. How could such proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Damn it! Natsuhi tried to attack Erika, but Ava pinned her arms behind her back, so she couldn't do anything.
How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushinomiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo-san.
Wow. I never did anything of the sort! I have never given my body to anyone except my husband!
I understand why you want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses have already made it clear that you've had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo-san.
I mean, it's not wrong. Kind of not accurate, but not wrong. Also, I did find a logic error in the court scene. Can't comment on it without spoiling the mystery, though. Fair enough. Right.
After all, last night you went to say goodnight to Kinzo-san, with just the two of you alone in its study, right? And beyond that, I collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse.
Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? It wasn't Ava-san? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Ooh, ah!
I've received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now.
3D block chest right.
Hey, Natsuhi, looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. But I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay?
You're right. You sure are stubborn, Natsuhi. Stubborn. The Ushinomiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists? The only possible way for her to exist is if you
Oh no. This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ushinomiya family, which father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely definitely succeed. Until we use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushinomiya family. I will protect father and my husband's honor. That is my mission.
Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable, feat, I think.
He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of the convenient delusion inside Natsuhi's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsuhi to protect that honor.
Moon tourist with those bunnies any day now. Yee. As Natsuhi screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Birkenstell and Erika had weaved.
My name is the Game Master, Lamba Delta. I acknowledge Lady Birkenstell as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. There's nobody in here except for the four of us.
Of course, there were none. All those who might have objected have been erased.
No objections. Byrne, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now you must weave up the fragment of truth.
Sure. I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did want Natsuhi to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right?
Man, that's when the break would have been if I actually waited for a scene transition. Man, now we only have like a little bit left of like the stream time. We'll go for a little bit. I will be stopping in the middle of dialogue, but we'll go for a little bit longer. After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsuhi developed a grudge against the Ushinomiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsuhi was hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Ushinomiyas, schemed to capture the Ushinomiya family's wealth. From the trial synopsis, page 4. Knowing that the wealth of the Ushinomiya family was, in practical terms, under Kinzo's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From the trial synopsis, page 7. From the Birkenstell docs, page 682. To curry favor with Kinzo, Natsuhi repeatedly imitated Beatrice, the witch of Kinzo's delusions, and engaged in sexual... Wow, okay. Kinzo saw his long-lost mistress in Natsuhi and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in this guise by the servants, and this became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. From the trial synopsis, page 8. From the presented evidence, number 17. From the Birkenstell docs, page 802. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Ushinomiya Battler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Battler should succeed the headship, so Natsuhi planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. From the trial synopsis, page 27. From the supplemental materials, B, page 61. From Birkenstell docs, page 1103. I totally forgot about this. It was kind of like out of the blue, I guess. The following outlines the detail of the crime. 2400, October 4th, 1986. Natsuhi decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. Then she murdered her husband, Klaus, in his own room. From the trial synopsis, page 40. From the supplemental materials, S, page 8. From the Birkenstell docs, page 1105. From GC internal docs, General Affairs, A099974. My brain just denied its existence. Just say it in red. Natsuhi was Kinzo. You can't say it, can you? After all, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. Now you're cooking with battler logic. She damaged the necks of the corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in the empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. From the trial synopsis, page 41. From the supplemental materials, page 10. From the Birkenstell docs, 1131. From GC internal docs, General Affairs A099974. The people in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Natsuhi left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. From the trial synopsis, page 41. From the supplemental materials, S, page 29. From the Birkenstell docs, page 1200. From the GC internal docs, internal affairs, A099974. Man, a lot of the general affairs are on that one specifically. Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, those hidden corpses had not been found. From the trial synopsis, page 424, 37, 997. Yeah, these are... Natsuhi, who had failed in her schemes to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. From the 58, 19, 13, 48, 9974. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in the private room, Natsuhi concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At about 1 p.m., she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered the room. 61, 26, 9974. I only remember the trial because I loved the OST discolor, and everything else in my brain was like, nah. Your brain was like, I do not want to imagine these two people boinking. From the time the others became aware of the incident of the crime, or the time that they carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Natsuhi once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsuhi's clothes was found in the closet. Pretty much, yeah. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. However, Furuta Erika found and questioned her first, and she confessed to the crime. 63, 32, 26, 1348, 9974. Internal docs first subsection U990107. GG official notice 1724434. And so many documents. GC official notice 01724434. Due to the results of the illusion trial 0147007982 2400 October 5th 1986, we announced that the following had been determined: that Ushinomiya Natsuhi did admit her crime. For 13 months following this announcement, related docs can be perused at the Great Court Legal Offices Document Management Center, first subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor of Heresy, Delano A. Knox. Huh. Quite interesting. Then let's all assume that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right? As though she'd given up and decided that it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer, Aunt Natsuhi screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage and to the Ushinomiya family, Natsuhi just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Klaus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsuhi's own doing, Uncle Klaus, and even her beloved daughter Jessica, had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that Grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, Grandfather's mental state for those last few years had been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, Grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsuhi was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is Grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsuhi's cajolery? right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away? Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right? Aunt Natsuhi sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsuhi kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago. Sure, that man's underling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make sure, or you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right?
Natsuhi-san, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade, and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does.
Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsuhi looked at us, no. As she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin. I committed murder.
So, you finally acknowledged your crime directly?
No. This is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby.
Baby? Now what are you talking about?
On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor on my own, Father told me to adopt a child, and he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do I have any idea, or do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? With a mix of conflicting emotions, of anger and sadness, regret and possible defiance, Aunt Natsuhi confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage. And before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then, I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor, along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from this child's crying. That day marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then we faced the cliff and across the fence. If by taking that baby and throwing it down into the rocky beach far below me, I could undo it all. I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, in the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I could really do that, and lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against the rough fence, and at that time I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out and tried to grab her shoulder. No, I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. At that moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out, with both hands, I reached for the servant's shoulder, and with a thud, pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a very strange feeling. I almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing onto the rocky beach. No, I'm sure I heard it. But because I wanted to think that they disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory. And then, for an instant, I thought it was a dream. it was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over. So I didn't know whether their fall or the few seconds before that had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall that I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then, Father asked what had happened to the baby. An uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and 2 corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been there for reasons that couldn't have been known, so its existence was hushed up. And the official story was that the servant had an accident of her own and died. That's right. I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this, even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Then, just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But until this day, I have never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So stop right here, right now. I'll confess my crime. Or how did I put the word stop in there? I, Ushinomiya Natsuhi, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive, and you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For those 19 years, you knew that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now, you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff. 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and daughter, and you've lost even my honor, and being called a murderer. I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I am now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough? For your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer. Like an adulteress, even. After seeing me living in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Oh.
After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up.
Can you hear me? You cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. Oh, the music's transitioning. That's a good... It's useless, isn't it? We have to end stream and continue this tomorrow. No, I know, I want... It's literally 5 minutes. Okay. Do you promise? Okay. I'll... Okay. Because if it's only a few more minutes, if it's gonna end, like, right here, then I'll keep going. I can go for a little bit. I can have a little wiggle room. Okay. But if it hits, like, 6:15, we have to end then and there. It's useless, isn't it?
Huh? Padre-san, did you say something?
It's all useless.
Badler-kun?
Yeah. It's useless, isn't it? It's all useless. Wait. Oh, okay. Wait, heck. Died before the game start time. Died on the first Twilight. Alive at the time of the game suspension. Died on the first Twilight. You were 3 lines off. Okay. Okay. Thank you for stopping me. Thank you for telling me no, because that would have been really silly if we just started tomorrow's stream and it was like, here's credits. But now we have the 2 tea times to do tomorrow, so that's good at least. So I feel like so in Battler saying that, like, they brought up that like Battler isn't who he thinks he is. So like I don't know if it's gonna be a stretch or not, but I feel like he's probably the kid. Because like I don't know if the age matches up. I can't remember quite how old he is. But like I still feel like I'm not like entirely correct on what's going on, like, or I don't have like good substantial theories, but like I'm very intrigued as to like what's gonna happen. Okay. Additional features. Okay, so now we can properly do this. Okay, so let's go to the just chatting screen. Any ideas as to the broader who I how? To the broader who I now? Not yet. Yeah, I don't think I have any theories for that at the moment. I think I need like a little bit more information before my mind can connect more dots. But let's see who is streaming today. Let's see. Ooh. People that I don't really... Well, I mean... Takrak is there. Let me see.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Joshi. Yes. I'm glad you enjoyed being here today.
Let me see. Let's see. This person isn't having... Sorry, I was looking in the chat and it's just like, I know this person in the chat. Hello? Maybe that's how this person found me, is through this viewer. I guess we can do it. Okay, this person doesn't have a mic today, for one reason or another. But hopefully that should be fine. They are just playing Muse Dash. Okay. So we'll go and raid them, and I'm just happy that you're watching Mineko. Yee. Hopefully I'll be able to figure out what's going on at one point. Before it like lays it out right in front of me. Watching, playing, reading. One of those. Let's see. Oh gosh. Why is it that I always struggle with thinking of a raid message? Type for live. I mean, that's okay. Let's see. We'll do... Brain. Recommend coming up with solid theories before starting episode 7. Okay, so we have a little bit. Let the truth be upon you. Yes. We'll just do... Raid. The story never tells you the answers, but episode 7 next kind of like a check your answer sheet. I see. Oh gosh. Well, here's the raid message before I get scanned. I don't know if it played on the screen. I think it did. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining me today.
We will continue this tomorrow at the same time as today's stream. We'll be doing the little tea time stuff, which
Probably take like an hour or two. Who knows?
But then we will be going for the next episode.
And we'll see about getting answers. But thank you, Aggie Buddy, for joining me. And hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you later. Yes. Then we gotta make sure that it transfers over. And then... Let me...